light up when the microphone is hot.
So when
Yes, ma'am.
hit that.
The Ways and Means Committee will come to order. Our guests will take their seats. Good afternoon and welcome to our witnesses and audience members. I want to thank everyone for being here today. Our nation's infrastructure systems have fallen woefully behind those of other nations. For our economic competitiveness, safety, national security, we must now invest in substantial improvements. I would raise one issue that I think is very important, and that is the application of dynamic scoring that has been used to justify tax cuts. And I think that we might want to consider using dynamic scoring as it relates to infrastructure investment for the purpose of pointing out that it will lead to meaningful, substantial economic growth. Everyone wins when we make meaningful, sustained investments in our nation's infrastructure. Thoughtful, robust investments will create jobs, revitalize local economies, and help us to reduce emissions to address the climate crisis, which should be part of any major undertaking by this committee. Infrastructure development creates good-paying jobs for hardworking Americans. From civil engineers and construction workers to truck drivers and pipe fitters, infrastructure investment offers workers with a range of skills and experience the opportunity to earn competitive wages. Today, we will hear testimony from leaders in transportation and infrastructure finance. They will highlight the urgency of the infrastructure crisis and discuss the tools within the tax code to encourage infrastructure investment. Not long ago, we had members of the AFL-CIO, the leadership of the American Chamber of Commerce in accord as to how we should proceed. We all recognize the need to fix our roads, our bridges, transit, water systems, electric grids, expand broadband opportunities, sewer and water as well. With that in mind, we will use this hearing to explore how to best direct our federal infrastructure investments to ensure that we invest wisely. Creating greater efficiencies leads to greater productivity growth, and the ease still with which we move from one point to another should be paramount in our considerations. For me, the concept of east-west rail expansion in Massachusetts from Boston to Worcester to Springfield to Pittsfield will be a priority. The success that we had with the north-south rail link between Springfield, Hartford, and New Haven was a substantial achievement. It is already well beyond what the projected numbers were of ridership, in fact, up by at least 25% over what those projections previously called for. We will also discuss ways to build on federal-state partnerships that remain the cornerstone of America's infrastructure financing system. Specifically, we will discuss some of the tools this committee can use to encourage investment in infrastructure. Tax-preferred bonds are one of the most powerful tools. When we invest in infrastructure, it results in a significant economic multiplier. With each dollar spent, our nation becomes more competitive and prosperous. Tax-preferred bonds allow us to leverage our federal investment dollars, which is essential at a time when the United States faces the largest infrastructure funding gap in the world, up to $2 trillion by 2025. I want to specifically highlight one bond finance initiative that enjoyed extraordinary success, even though it was short-lived. I worked aggressively with the late Alan Kruger to develop the Build America Bonds program, or BABs as they were known. Build America Bonds offered a more efficient way to support state and local governments in terms of their borrowing costs. This financing tool allowed some state and local governments to broaden their investor bases. This, in turn, allowed them to undertake bigger and bolder initiatives. I tell people who are unfamiliar with the program to look at how airports were expanded and reconstructed during the recession using Build America bonds as they were in place. They were a very important part of financing these major investments. Today, we will hear testimony in support of reinstating BABs on a permanent basis with some adjustments to ensure that the program functions optimally. Finally, as we continue this discussion, we need to remember that when we invest in infrastructure, we must ensure that we do so fairly. Infrastructure is not only about financing public projects, but it's also about encouraging economic development and revitalizing struggling communities. We must continue to reinvest in both urban and rural neighborhoods through successful programs like the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, the New Markets Tax Credit, and indeed the Historic Tax Credit. I have been a longtime supporter of these initiatives because they have real positive impacts on our communities. So many of us represent communities that are in distress. We should acknowledge that if we work together, we can reverse some of those fortunes. As we will hear from our witnesses today, fixing our crumbling infrastructure is an urgent and important goal. We have the tools in our toolbox to make real investments in America's economic vitality for years to come. I recently have met twice with Secretary Mnuchin to discuss the administration's plans, once in early December, and once after I was assured by the Secretary that if we successfully were able to pass USMCA, the next priority domestically of the administration would be infrastructure. And I heard there was a signing today at the White House about that. You're correct, Chair. Thank you. I look forward to working with the White House and my colleagues to develop a robust infrastructure. I couldn't leave that alone, Kevin. The White House and my colleagues to develop a robust infrastructure package this year that will invest in our communities and indeed our nation. And with that, let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady, for an opening statement.
No, thank you, Chairman Neal. First, let me say I absolutely agree with you on dynamic scoring on infrastructure. Dynamic scoring is simply real-life scoring. It recognizes the changes in behaviors when you make big changes this way. So I think it is very helpful to inform lawmakers, and I think that the one criteria, the changes just have to be big enough to measure. And I think that can be the case in infrastructure. A good example, Congressional Budget Office report yesterday showed that the stronger economy caused by the tax cuts reduced the deficits by $705 billion over the next decade. And if we don't make the family tax cuts permanent, growth will slow and deficits will increase. So I do support dynamic scoring for infrastructure. We have a revitalized economy, buzzing with new jobs and great opportunity, but as Americans get off the sidelines, back into the workforce, they're running into traffic jams and broken bridges and other travel delays. American infrastructure projects take longer, and they cost more than they do in the rest of the world. Nothing about forcing Americans to pay more at the pump addresses the red tape and the Washington mandates that too often waste our precious tax dollars. We need thinking from beyond the Beltway. In the 21st century, America's infrastructure needs are more regional than national in scope. So we ought to think differently about how to redesign existing public financing to meet these now regional challenges. That means thinking of creative ways to finance these needed projects. Of course, user fees should remain a key source of financing. That shouldn't stop us from thinking creatively on how to meet this undeniable 21st century challenge. I'm thankful President Trump is thinking this way. He's tackling it head on this month. The administration put forward a new approach that means less paperwork, faster approval, and more shovel-ready projects. President Trump wants to put American infrastructure in the fast lane by modernizing environmental regulation. His proposal preserves strong standards, but would make it easier for state and local officials to team up with the federal government to complete projects sooner by accelerating the mind-numbing environmental review process. Administration's proposed rules based on a simple principle: get the rules right up front so the projects get done. Streamline projects with states and cities. Washington bureaucrats, frankly, don't need more busy work, and neither do our local officials. Regrettably, some of our Democrat colleagues are hitting the emergency brake on what are pretty common sense rules. They've called the president's proposed rule illegal. So, what's the alternative? This election, Democrats want massive tax hikes in everything from your earnings, your paycheck, your utilities, and your property. Considering that infrastructure projects cost substantially more to complete here than in any other country on the planet, forcing Americans to pay even more isn't where a responsible Congress at least should start. One of our witnesses at our last hearing on this topic, Tom Donahue at the Chamber of Commerce, he argued that we can't afford to undo the economic gains made by the president's tax reforms in his balanced regulatory agenda by raising taxes on local businesses. It was and still is the wrong way to go. Republicans couldn't agree more. Historically, infrastructure and highway bills have been passed with broad bipartisan support for obvious reasons. We need infrastructure. not tax increases on the American people or job-creating businesses. Proposals calling for the latter jeopardize any chance of attaining the former. We think a strong history of bipartisanship deserves better treatment. Workers who are driving used cars shouldn't be paying higher taxes at the pump, so the wealthy can claim a tax credit for their $75,000 electric vehicle. Factory worker driving a used pickup truck to provide for his or her family shouldn't have to pay more in taxes, so a millionaire in California can write off his new Tesla. Both will drive on roads and bridges, but only the blue-collar worker will pay any taxes to maintain them. We can work together on another approach, an approach that thinks out of the box, pursuing innovative policies that will attract more private capital into infrastructure as other countries successfully do, rather than solely relying on working families to foot the bill. Truth is, we already have the tools. Begin this work, take opportunity zones. Why can't we create opportunity zones for regional infrastructure? Why aren't we dedicating more of our private activity bonds to complete the regional infrastructure projects, which they were originally created to do and today are almost an afterthought? Additionally, we should explore how we allow real estate investment trusts to invest in infrastructure, and even further, exploring what would be the impact of allowing our ports, so key to our economy, to capture 50% of their user fees immediately to devote to multimodal infrastructure in America's fastest growing trade regions. We lag behind other countries. Our global competitors think private capital first. America thinks taxpayers pay first. So why don't we create incentives for free enterprise to invest in infrastructure where it makes sense? I do think, Mr. Chairman, we can streamline the approval process, reduce regulatory burdens, power state and local governments to complete these jobs effectively and efficiently. And I will finish, as I mentioned at yesterday's hearing, speaking of not being invited to something, I will tell you the House will vote this week to repeal a previously passed AMUF, and Republicans have not been invited, in fact have been blocked from offering our ideas on this important issue of war while this world is such a dangerous planet. Again, thank you, Chairman. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you, and I'm pleased that Mr. Brady mentioned that infrastructure used to be the easiest thing for members of Congress to do here, and I think we could all agree to that. So I thank Mr. Brady, and without objection, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. We have assembled a distinguished panel of witnesses who view our infrastructure needs from differing perspectives. First, I want to thank and welcome Jung Lee, the Director of Policy and Government Relations at the American Association of State Highways and Transportation. Mr. Lee will discuss the variety of highway trust funding options that are available and currently before us. Next is Dr. Philip Fischer. He is the past head of municipal bond research at the Bank of America Merrill Lynch. Dr. Fischer has extensive background knowledge in municipal finance and in fixed income markets and will share his expertise in the bond finance space. Laura Cantor is the Executive Vice President and Division Director of the Finance Programs Division at the Massachusetts Development Finance Agency. Ms. Cantor has been a leader in my home state on spearheading the use of federal tax credits, including the successful use of new markets tax credits and the low-income housing tax credits to create economic development. DJ Gribben is the founder of Madras LLC and serves on the board of directors for the American Transportation Research Institute, the Federal Advisory Committee on Autonomous Technology, the Northwestern University Transportation Center Advisory Council, and the Congressional Award Foundation. Now, let me recognize Mr. Pasquale from New Jersey and allow him to introduce our final witness, who just happens to come from his home state, New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted to welcome to the committee, the entire committee today, the Commissioner of Transportation from our great state of New Jersey, the Honorable Diane Gutierrez-Scaccetti. Pretty good? She was confirmed as the 19th Commissioner of the New Jersey Department of Transportation in June of 2018, having served as the acting commissioner since December of 2017. A native New Jerseyan, she is a transportation professional, more than 30 years in the industry, 36 years of government service. Before becoming New Jersey's acting commissioner, she served as executive director and CEO at Florida's Turnpike Enterprise. She managed more than 460 centerline miles in a 5-year capital program in excess of $6 billion supported by $1 billion in revenues. SunPass, Florida's well-known statewide electronic toll collection system, was also under her charge. Prior to the Commissioner's Florida experience, she spent 21 years at the New Jersey Turnpike Authority, working her way up to the post of Executive Director. Several major agency initiatives occurred during her tenure, including development and financing of a 10-year, $7 billion capital program that kicked off the widening of the New Jersey Turnpike from Interchange 6 to the Interchange 9. This provided significant congestion relief to a major portion of the 195 corridor. With this wealth of experience, I'm confident the Commissioner will provide highly useful insights and advice on how to fund and finance infrastructure improvements across the country. I look forward to her testimony. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pascrell, and welcome to all of our witnesses. Each of your statements will be made part of the record in its entirety. I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes or less, and to help you with that time, there is a light on your table. When you have 1 minute left, the light will switch from green to yellow and then finally to red when the 5 minutes are up. Mr. Lee, please proceed.
Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the nation's state DOT's perspectives on funding and financing infrastructure investments. My name is Jung Lee, and I serve as Director of Policy and Government Relations at the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, or AASHTO. As the FAST Act nears expiration later this year, we must address the structural deficit in the Federal Highway Trust Fund once and for all. This year, it is expected to bring in $13 billion less than what it spends, with this gap growing to $26 billion by 2030. This is not a new situation, and Congress has shifted $140 billion from the general fund over the last 12 years to avoid a massive disruption to highway and transit programs. With no additional revenues, we expect about a 50% cut in highway funding and zeroing out of transit funding around 2022. In the short term, this would lead to severe cash flow problems, project cancellations, and loss of job and mobility benefits in every state and community across America. Stable federal funding with no short-term program extensions is crucial because delivering projects take multiple years. In the long run, underinvesting in our infrastructure means we're collectively paying more for transportation indirectly through sitting in traffic and missing dinner time with family, higher costs of shipping goods, and dealing with unreliable bus and train schedule. So how did the trust fund get here? While the introduction of electric and hybrid vehicle fleet has marginally impacted federal gas tax receipts, the primary culprit of purchasing power loss lies with the fact that the gas tax has not been adjusted since 1993. As a flat excise tax levied by the gallon rather than based on retail value, like a sales tax, the nominal value of the gas tax has increased by precisely 0% in the last 27 years. This compares to college tuition, which almost quadrupled between 1993 and 2015, or doubling of healthcare costs. Even the price of average new car went up by 51%. Paying for a big-ticket need like our nation's infrastructure is hard, and yet we in the industry have not done a very good job of making a clear value proposition to the public. While we live in a market-based economy where it is very easy to see how much a gallon of milk costs or how much a haircut is, there is no familiar price signal to users of the transportation system in terms of how much they're asked to pay and what they get in return. To illustrate, the driver of a typical vehicle pays $26 per month. This compares to $112 for electricity, $70 for water, $66 for broadband, and $100 for cell phone. I would argue the ability to access employment, education, recreation, and health service opportunities through our transportation network for a quarter of the cost of your cell phone bill is a pretty darn good deal, but most users don't know this. All the while, 39 states have increased their own transportation revenues just in the last 7 years, but they need the federal government to lead by ensuring long-term formula-based funding to states from the trust fund. This will allow state DOTs to preserve and add new capacity to assets across all modes: highway, transit, rail, freight, and active transportation as part of the next transportation bill. To fix the trust fund, there are 3 broad categories of technically feasible options. 1, raising the tax or user fee rates of existing revenue streams like the current motor fuel taxes. 2, identifying and creating new revenue sources like a vehicle miles traveled fee. And 3, redirecting current revenues into the trust fund like current customs duties. Lastly, our national transportation needs can only be met with real revenue solutions like user fees and taxes, and not with financing tools like tax-exempt bonds, subsidized loans, infrastructure banks, or any program requiring repayment. State DOTs very much appreciate the ability to access capital markets and to utilize public-private partnerships to accelerate project delivery and optimize risk allocation. But the simple fact remains that most financing tools that leverage existing revenue streams are not a good fit for the vast spectrum of publicly valuable transportation projects, with P3s, for example, having accounted for only 1% to 3% of spending for highway, transit, and water infrastructure since 1990. To conclude, it is time for the President and Congress to take bold action by recommitting to invest in America's transportation infrastructure. There is no better way to guarantee the success of our nation's future. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Dr. Fischer, would you proceed?
Thank you. Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Philip Fischer. I am the founder of Ebullient Consulting. Previously, I was the head of municipal bond research for several major banks and spent decades in strategy roles in the fixed income markets. The opinions expressed here, however, are solely my own. In my testimony, I focus on the need to understand the economic structure of the underfunding at the state level. The problem is complex. A very general comparison of U.S. states and corresponding countries ranked by their GDP is often given as an introduction. A short list includes California, which is about the size of the UK, Texas and Canada, New York, South Korea, etc. Not only are the infrastructure needs of the states as large as a country's, but they are varied by the nuances of tens of thousands of local governments and special districts. The municipal bond and corporate bond markets are both capable of absorbing the necessary trillions of dollars of lending required by infrastructure expansion proposals. But there is a difference. The Federal Reserve Flow of Funds reports that the size of the municipal bond market back in 2010 was about $4 trillion. By 2018, it had shrunk to $3.8 trillion. Meanwhile, the corporate bond market had grown from $6.7 trillion to $9.2 trillion, and the Treasury bond market from $8.9 trillion to $15.6 trillion. Efforts to reduce the size of the municipal bond market, particularly the tax-exempt market, continue aggressively. Here I give three examples. Advance refunding bonds. Advance refunding bonds done on a tax-exempt basis were eliminated in 2017. They had been around for many decades. Private activity bonds, in which private entities are involved with municipal financing, is very highly restricted. Build America bonds, as we've heard, have sunsetted. Build America bonds were sold during the Great Recession in order to broaden the market for municipal bonds, particularly taxable municipal bonds. Direct pay BABs provided the payment to the issuer of 35% of the coupon amount. They now trade in the secondary market. BAB subsidies have been subject to sequestration, causing some issuers to caution against using them. There are several areas that suggest themselves for policy initiatives. Number one, revive BABs. BAB revival, including tax-exempt BABs, should be initiated to allow for financing of the pent-up infrastructure demand. The subsidy should be a fixed percentage instead of a percent of the coupon cost, and should apply to private activity bonds, and the problem of sequestration needs to be resolved. Number two, We should expand private activity bonds, and P3 activity should be encouraged. Number 3, we should restore tax-exempt advance refundings. Tax-exempt advance refundings are a long-standing feature of the municipal market and should be reintroduced. Number 4, we should reduce federal regulation to lower borrowing costs. Federal regulation imposes an extensive network of constraints on state financing with real sector consequences. For example, eliminating the market discount rule, which I'm sure you've never heard of, would certainly reduce, at least from my perspective, certainly reduce the cost of tax-exempt financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fischer. Ms. Cantor, would you proceed?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and distinguished members of the House Ways and Means Committee. My name is Laura Cantor, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Finance Programs for Mass Development. Mass Development is a quasi-public economic development and finance agency for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We collaborate with businesses, nonprofits, banks, and communities and deliver loans, tax credits, tax-exempt private activity bonds, grants, and real estate planning and development services to stimulate economic growth. In our last fiscal year, we financed or managed 316 projects that will create nearly 10,000 permanent and construction jobs and 2,000 homes. I'm happy to speak about the 3 federal tax credit programs that we rely on for community infrastructure: new markets, historic, and low-income housing. These programs effectively pump cash equity into private projects that, to oversimplify, cost more to build than they can support with conventional financing. Without these programs, many of the hugely impactful projects that we work with could not become reality. Mass Development has had the honor of managing $341 million in new markets tax credit allocations for 28 high-impact projects. The program's flexibility lets us finance the projects that will most benefit their low-income communities, everything from early childhood education and health centers to YMCAs and commercial buildings. Mass Development thanks the members of the House for including a 1-year $5 billion extension of the new markets tax credit in the FY20 appropriations bill, without which the program would have expired last December. We strongly support legislation to permanently extend the new market tax credit program so that its fate does not hang in the balance each year. I'll turn now to the low-income housing tax credit, which has created or preserved over 70,000 affordable homes in Massachusetts alone. Mass Development issues tax-exempt private activity housing bonds that are accompanied by the 4% credits, and we provide other types of support to projects that are awarded the 9% credits. In Massachusetts, competition for our 9% credits is oversubscribed every year by up to 4 times, and many projects have to apply for several years before they are successful. We were heartened by the 12.5% increase in each state's 9% credit for 4 years starting in 2018, and we urge Congress to, at a minimum, make this increase permanent after 2021 and consider additional increases. The 4% credits remain tied to each state's $105 per capita volume cap for private activity bonds, which is indexed to inflation and is also in short supply. At Mass Development, we use almost all of our volume cap every year for affordable housing. We support efforts to set a 4% minimum rate for the 4% credits, similar to the floor established for the 9% credits in 2015. This would stretch the value of the credits and help us use volume cap more effectively. We would also support simplifying the rules for recycling volume cap from short-term bonds and perhaps creating a way to reallocate or trade unused volume cap among states. With regard to the historic tax credit, it is key to repurposing what are usually vacant or abandoned buildings for community services, offices, housing, and more. Project sponsors often pair the historic tax credit with either new markets or low-income housing tax credits when renovating old buildings. We were concerned when the 2017 tax reform changed the program from a first-year credit of 20% to a 20% credit taken over 5 years at 4% per year. This can only translate to lower pricing by investors, which means larger financing gaps. I don't want to leave you with the impression that the federal tax credit programs alone fill the financing gaps in community infrastructure projects. In Massachusetts, the Commonwealth offers state low-income housing tax credits, state historic tax credits, and other state grants for community infrastructure. In fact, we even have a state tax credit for modestly priced workforce housing. Many of our municipalities provide subsidies as well. To give a typical example, we recently financed the renovation of a vacant downtown brick building into 24 modestly priced apartments over retail in Haverhill, one of our distressed former industrial cities. The project cost slightly over $9 million to deliver, but appraised out at only $3.87 million. The most debt it could support was $3.2 million. That meant it needed not just a high loan-to-value construction loan from Mass Development, but for over 40% of the cost to be financed with tax credits. Only a third of these credits came from the federal historic tax credits. The rest came from the state. With the support from the three-legged stool of new markets, low-income housing, and historic tax credits, plus state and local support and leadership and vision, distressed communities can and do provide safe and vibrant places to live and work. We thank Chairman Neal and the members for your championship of these very important programs that mean so much to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cantor. Ms. Gutierrez-Scaccetti.
Good afternoon,
proceed.
Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. It is an honor for me to appear before you today to discuss one of the most critical funding issues facing this country. There is no more important funding decision than that which involves this nation's transportation network. When the transportation system fails, our economy is in jeopardy, our families are disconnected, and most importantly, our national defense is compromised. The transportation network is used every day by everyone, and perhaps the single service each of us take for granted. Whether by car, bus, train, truck, walking, or biking, everything depends on safe and reliable transportation. A great example of New Jersey's partnership with the federal government is the interstate highway system. It is a seamless network of roads that does not end at state lines. It is the thread that joins states together into one country. It provides our customers with a consistent and high-quality experience thanks to the federally assisted and state-implemented framework upon which our federal aid program was founded over a century ago. Yet we are putting our invaluable national transportation network at risk due to our inability to secure long-term and predictable revenues for the Federal Highway Trust Fund. Since its inception in 1956, the trust fund has provided stability that is so important to states because from concept to concrete, projects require multi-year funding, and it is crucial that there is dedicated funding for each phase of work. The current cycle of short-term program extensions and continuing resolutions is unpredictable and grossly inefficient. An example is the federally funded I-295 and Route 33 Missing Moves project. More than $7 million was spent on a design to address population growth, economic development, and to provide congestion relief. Notwithstanding the need for the project and the work completed, NJDOT was unable to fund construction as there were not enough federal dollars available. What makes it more difficult is that we were required to reimburse the Federal Highway Administration for the design effort, and residents were disappointed that a project was shelved that would have improved their quality of life. Beyond funding certainty, there are many techniques that can be used to expedite project delivery. Public-private partnerships are one. P3s have often been identified as a panacea to the funding dilemma. While P3s can certainly introduce private financing, allow projects to be delivered sooner, and optimize sharing of project risk between the public and private parties, they are never a solution for a shortage of user fee and tax-based revenues. At the end of last year, New Jersey Transit launched an innovation challenge to solve the last-mile transportation needs between the Lautenberg train station, MetLife Stadium, and the American Dream Experience, a major retail development in the Meadowlands. There are P3 proponents who feel optimistic about partnering with New Jersey Transit, given the extraordinary revenue potential that comes from the foot traffic to both the stadium and the American Dream Experience. Yet, when we try to apply P3 financing to non-tolled interstate segments in our state, we run into problems. While the project scope and size may be suitable for the P3 model, there is not a project-based revenue stream in the form of tolls we typically see on highway P3s. Availability payments would have to be made to the private concessionaire out of our state funds, but that will end up sacrificing many necessary projects to support just one. That cycle will continue to deteriorate the rest of the system. We and our peer states do our best to generate our own revenues, but they will never be sizable enough to address the investment backlog we face. We must have strong federal funding in order to keep New Jersey's portion of our national infrastructure in a state of good repair. To conclude, please do not abandon the gas tax and index it for inflation, as it remains the foundation of funding for transportation infrastructure projects. New Jersey raised its gas tax by 23 cents per gallon 4 years ago. It was a lot, but it had to account for more than 27 years without an increase. The beneficiaries of this increase are our counties and municipalities, receiving 90% of the incremental revenue raised by the gas tax. But a quarter of a century is a long time to wait. The importance of the Highway Trust Fund to state DOTs cannot be overstated, but to the consumer it is negligible. According to a recent HNTB Corporation study, the average driver pays about $23 per month, based on 2017 dollars, in gas taxes, but they pay almost 3 times as much for internet service. While internet service is certainly important, its importance pales in comparison to the critical need for a secure and reliable transportation network. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you. Mr. Gribben, would you please proceed?
Thank you, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on infrastructure funding and finance, and thank you for holding this hearing on the most difficult aspect of infrastructure policy, which is how to pay for it. Having met with literally hundreds of state and local officials, I can confirm that they all agree our nation needs more infrastructure investment, but few agree on funding. This committee should be commended for focusing on this vital aspect of infrastructure policy. By way of personal introduction, I have spent the last couple of decades working on infrastructure policy and infrastructure transactions in both the public and private sectors. In the private sector, I help state and local governments attract investment for their projects and to deliver them more efficiently. On the public sector side, I had the honor of being able to serve as Chief Counsel of the Federal Highway Administration, General Counsel for US DOT, and most recently in the White House as Special Assistant to the President for Infrastructure. As you well know, public trust is the foundation on which any successful long-term policy solution must be built. In the area of federal infrastructure policy, we are suffering from a lack of public trust. To rebuild public trust in the federal government's important role in infrastructure, let me please offer 3 suggestions. First, I would encourage you to consider how the needs of our nation have changed since the Highway Trust Fund was created in 1956. One of the best ways to build trust is to help communities develop the infrastructure they need today, not what our nation needed in 1956. Second, please ignore the widely believed urban myth that federal funds come at no cost to state and local taxpayers. All infrastructure is paid for by taxpayers. The only question is, do these taxpayers write a check to their local, state, or federal government? And third, and finally, I would encourage you to explore why the cost of infrastructure in the U.S. is so high, because a penny saved is a penny earned. So, on my first point, in 1956, this nation embarked on a journey to develop the world's most impressive infrastructure project, the interstate highway system. It is virtually impossible to imagine our nation without this series of highways. Yet, while the interstate was declared complete 28 years ago, much of the federal governance structure created to build the interstate remains in place. In 2020, our nation's needs are dramatically different. In 1956, road connectivity was the problem. Today, it is congestion. In 1956, we desperately needed quality highways. Now we need quality broadband. In 1956, our infrastructure problems were continent-wide. Today, they are found in our communities. 2 years ago, the administration's plan addressed these change needs by keeping the current system in place, but steering new revenues to a different system that would allow communities to decide where and how to invest. We need a new infrastructure paradigm. Let me turn to my second point. The urban myth that federal infrastructure funds are distinct from state and local funds significantly distorts how policymakers think about infrastructure. When I was meeting with governors, mayors, and county executives, they would invariably support increased federal funding because, they explained, state and local governments could not afford to spend any more on infrastructure. I would then note that every federal dollar comes from a community. And if that community cannot afford to pay infrastructure locally, how can they afford to send funds to Washington to have those funds returned back to them? It's like my daughter, who's sitting behind me, offering to pay for dinner with a family credit card. Now, that's nice, but it doesn't really help much because payment is still coming from me. Similarly, the federal government shares the same credit as state and local governments, and that is U.S. taxpayers. But here's where the scenarios differ. Individual state and local governments may get back more from the federal government than they put in because for a variety of reasons they are able to divert resources from others. So it's perfectly rational for individual states to lobby for a bigger federal pie if they think they are well positioned to take an outsized slice. What is baffling is national organizations who represent collective state and local governments lobbying for a bigger federal spend. Collectively, their members will be net losers because funds sent to Washington and then returned to them are less valuable. If there's one concept I would like to you to take away from today's hearing is this. Federal funds can be incredibly helpful, but they all come from communities. The federal government cannot create funding, just reallocate it. So finally, my third point. Focusing on new funding is critical, but being more efficient in the spending of existing funds is even more so. Wasteful spending not only deprives other projects of resources, but it weakens public trust. I provide more details in my written statement, but here are some questions for which we have no answers today. How much does it cost to build a federal funded project compared to a non-federally funded project? We don't know. Why is the real cost, using constant dollars, of building a mile of interstate increased dramatically? Why does it cost 5 times as much to build a subway in New York City as it does anywhere else in the world? Saving 20% on infrastructure project is economically the same as raising 20% more revenue. And creating incentives for those utilizing federal funds to be more efficient is a great first step in building public trust. So let me close by thanking you again for holding this hearing and moving the infrastructure conversation beyond what we wish for and to what we can afford. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for that example you used of the child who used your credit card
I thought you'd appreciate
to
that.
treat the family.
Exactly.
Dr. Fischer, in your testimony, you described the marketplace for Build America bonds as one of pent-up demand. You also mentioned that after initial investment, the expectation is that projects will generate the funds to maintain the facility and pay off any debt in terms of service. That is similar to, I think, the point I tried to make earlier about perhaps using dynamic scoring for the purpose of investment. Would it be prudent to also expand Build America bonds so that they can be used to finance certain operations and maintenance costs rather than just capital expenditures?
Thank you for the question. Essentially, the more latitude you give the issuer, the lower the cost of capital and the greater the use.
And Ms. Cantor, I've been a longtime champion, as you noted, of the federal tax credit financing to support community development, the historic tax credit, because I've seen the results firsthand back home in Massachusetts. I've watched how old cities have been transformed using that credit. Without the historic tax credits, projects from the Colonial Theater in Pittsfield to the Springfield Innovation Center, which I had the privilege of touring last week, would not have been possible. Another tax credit, the New Markets Tax Credit, is one I've been a longtime champion of because it works. At the crux of this program, community development entities like Mass Development in Massachusetts shoulder the responsibility of stewarding federal dollars to investments to ensure they achieve the goals that Congress intended. Could you discuss the tenets of the New Markets Tax Credits that ensure community development entities engage in both responsible stewardship and impactful investment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we're...
I can't hear you.
I'm on again? Okay.
You're good.
Thank you. New Markets Tax Credits, yes, thank you so much for your support of the program over the years. And it's something that we hold very dear in Massachusetts. It's a very scarce resource. Community development entities have to compete in a very intense national competition every year for the credits. We have to demonstrate that we will be able to choose the most highly impactful projects, that we have a pipeline of projects that will do what we say that they're going to do. And then we're held to that. When we get an allocation of credits, it's a very scarce resource. There's always far more demand for it than we can possibly accommodate, and we need to pick the most important projects to their communities. With that oversight, we have confidence that the program is always used by public purpose-minded CDEs to choose the most important projects for their communities. We have ongoing reporting to the Department of the Treasury. The oversight goes on and on. We're sometimes asked if opportunity zones can work to ameliorate some of the need for new markets tax credits, or if it's complementary. It's just a very, very different program. Projects are self-selected by opportunity zone investors who are profit-motivated investors, and it gives them a better return on their equity investment, but they still have to have a return. So it doesn't work for the kinds of nonprofit, community infrastructure type projects that need new markets. There is no investor return. There is no private investor who can make a return and benefit from the deferred capital gain. So it's just a very different type of program, and we don't see the connection between the two.
Thank you. And Ms. Gutierrez-Scaccetti, you mentioned in your testimony that the current cycle of short-term program extensions and continuing resolutions in the Highway Trust Fund remain unpredictable and grossly inefficient. We certainly share your desire to both provide certainty and ensure funds that are spent wisely. So would you describe to us some of the inefficiencies caused by the current funding cycle?
Thank you, Chairman. Probably the most single impactful inefficiency is the inability for proper planning. So we can look, not dissimilar to my colleague, Ms. Cantor, at a list of projects that certainly need to be done. We can begin the planning of those projects, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to prioritize them as well as we would like to, not knowing what the next round of reauthorization may do and what it may provide. And so not dissimilar to my testimony on the 295 project, we spent a good deal of time and a good deal of money going through a design process for a very important project. And unfortunately, we're not able to complete this very important interchange in South Jersey. And then because we couldn't build it within the 10-year structure of the federal highway requirement, we then had to turn around and pay $7 million back. So then we had to go back and find $7 million of projects that we were not going to do in order to make the reimbursement. So it's a lot of moving parts. I think if we could get to something that stabilizes funding and that it becomes predictable to us, it gives us much more efficiency in planning. I think it addresses some of the cost issues associated that were raised in terms of why things may be more expensive for us here. But at the end of the day, those are the kinds of inefficiencies we see trying to deliver important statewide projects.
And you also mentioned in your testimony that while people often see public-private partnerships, or P3s, as a panacea to the transportation funding dilemma, they can never be a solution for the shortage of user fee and tax-based revenues. Can you elaborate a little on why the P3s are suited to certain types of projects versus others?
Primarily, the P3 model is based on a revenue stream available to pay back your concessionaire. One way or the other, that private investor must make a return on investment, or it's an entirely unattractive proposal. So if you are looking at a P3 model, generally speaking, that has a revenue stream that can pay back the concessionaire, then it allows, on a parallel track, the rest of your state federal program to go forward and be unimpacted. If there's no revenue stream or little revenue stream coming from that project, then the concessionaire must make up their money by the state or local government taking money from that which is set aside for state and local projects to pay the concessionaire. So when we talk about why those projects are not seen generally in the U.S., or they're such a small percentage, is because our interstate system is not revenue producing, and frankly, nor should it be. I mean, it should be a system that is available to all people that want to use it based on what they've already spent in investing in its construction.
Thank you. Let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree. If you make right policy decisions, you see more growth. And that really drives the need for more infrastructure. For example, under the new Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we've created 7 million more jobs in America. Under this president, unemployment's at a 50-year low. Women of color for the first time in history are winning the jobs race. And America is the most competitive economy on the planet. But that also increases our demand for more infrastructure. And done right, over time, infrastructure can continue to maximize that growth. This is a symbiotic, a very good relationship. But I think we're going to have to think differently about this. We've already heard a defense of the status quo, and that's why this infrastructure funding has been stuck at nothing for too long. And if you looked at the way we financed the Highway Trust Fund 5 years ago, frankly, it was embarrassing. You know, the gimmicks that Congress used, the one-time robbing of pools, I was hoping it would embarrass us enough that we'd have a 5-year discussion or sooner of how we better finance this. I do worry about going first to taxpayers for more revenue, because I think a lot of them are, frankly, financing a lot. We had a recent Wall Street Journal that said in most polls, articles said roads, bridges, and airports rank high among the basics that citizens and businesses expect government to provide. But they said something I thought was interesting. This is an area where our high tax states, you would think, would vastly outperform their peers, but the opposite is true. In CNBC's annual ranking of the best and worst states for business, 7 high tax states were among those ranked lowest in infrastructure quality, including my friend New York, New Jersey, Rhode Island. These are really dynamic states. Their economies are strong. People love living there. They are burdened with extremely high state and local taxes. But the infrastructure is toward the lowest of this. So 2 questions here. One, are these states not getting their fair share, Mr. Gribben? 2, isn't this another reason we ought to be looking at new ideas like redesigning existing financing? So though we don't raise their gas taxes another quarter, and today's a good example. I think we'll later today see a Democrat proposal, $700 billion, new infrastructure over the next 5 years. To pay for that over a decade, that would mean almost $1 increase in the gas tax. That's really rough on working families. A, are they not getting their fair share, so we should relook at some of this stuff? Or B, isn't there a way to redesign our public financing? Won't cover the whole gap. No one says that. But can we ease some of that burden by rethinking the way we finance today?
Yeah, Ranking Member Brady, thank you for the question. I think there's absolutely an opportunity to reduce the burden on taxpayers. As I mentioned in my testimony, as the Commissioner noted, currently we're not delivering our projects very efficiently. It's also important to take a step back and realize that the federal government, while an important player, is not the major player in infrastructure. The federal government owns about 6% of the nation's infrastructure and funds about 25%. So the vast majority of infrastructure is owned by state and local governments. So I think part of what we should think about is not only do we have a better federal government role going forward, acknowledging the victory of the interstate, but what should the federal government be in the future, but knowing kind of with all humility that that role is going to primarily be, the quality of our nation's infrastructure is going to be primarily driven by what happens at the state and local level.
Is there a way to redesign some of our existing, like private activity bonds, try to over time, sort of dedicate more of it to that? And can we help let ports capture those user fees to have that steady stream so they can invest in railroads and intermodal and all? Isn't there a smarter way to think about how we finance today?
Absolutely. So private activity bonds, TIFIA, liberalized tolling rules, there are a whole series of things that could be done where expedited permitting, which you mentioned in your opening statement. There are a whole series of things the federal government could do that would help open up opportunities and create entrepreneurial opportunities for state and local governments to do a better job. At the same time, there's an opportunity for the federal government to possibly measure performance and ensure that federal funds, if spent on infrastructure projects, are getting the optimal return on investment for those expenditures.
Right. Thanks, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony today. Underfunding infrastructure has a cost, and that cost is soaring. Most visible in our deficient transportation system, with across the country 45% of our roadways deemed in poor condition and costing the driver an estimated $616 a year, plus endless headaches and inconveniences. These are hours that workers are not spending contributing to our economy or sharing with their families. For the average Austinite in my hometown, an estimated 43 hours a year wasted in traffic, putting the city among the most congested in America. Another recent study finds San Antonio commuters facing the same level of gridlock in SA as in LA. As our global competitors modernize with innovative transportation networks, our entire economy is being limited by our lack of public investment. Our infrastructure needs, though, stretch far beyond the highway focus of today's testimony. And indeed, today's testimony has yet to address another critical aspect, and that is the impact on the climate crisis. I believe that any infrastructure plan must provide us a roadmap to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We need also a comprehensive infrastructure plan that addresses water systems, grid modernization, broadband, and investments in aging drinking water and wastewater systems. Since the tax policies of the Republican majority on this committee have contributed so much to vastly widening income inequality, it is also appropriate that we focus on infrastructure, on housing, particularly the needs of the homeless across America. Weather intensification has caused, through human-induced global warming, great stress on our infrastructure system, heat damage on our roadways, drainage systems that are overwhelmed by 100-year floods that seem to be occurring about every 100 months. Every new infrastructure investment should be evaluated to assure that it's responding to the climate crisis rather than just making it worse. Infrastructure that is designed to improve climate resilience and promote clean energy technology protects taxpayer investment and promotes public health and safety. We need to electrify our transportation system as China has been doing. To meet even the modest transportation sector target that was set out by the United States in the Paris Agreement, we would need more than 300,000 new public electric vehicle charging stations within the next 5 years. We're certainly not on the path to accomplish that. Demand for electric vehicles continues to grow, but drivers need to know that getting a charge is as easy as going to get a fill-up at the pump. I think local governments and states in some areas, not mine, but local governments across the country have been doing all they can to avoid falling even further behind. In Austin, we have Project Connect that will emphasize much greater reliance on public transportation and electrifying our bus fleet. I think that my electric vehicle charge legislation can advance that. In San Antonio, we are this week announcing Connect San Antonio, which focuses on how to get more of our poorer citizens connected to jobs which may be way across town. Yet the ability of these progressive cities to address these challenges and achieve their vision is impaired when we don't have significant federal support. The number of times that President Trump has declared an infrastructure week has become almost a joke. I think it numbers at least 7, and probably should be spelled W-E-A-K rather than W-E-E-K. Tweets and talk will not close the infrastructure gap. And after years of promises for infrastructure investment, this administration has only taken us backward. After failing to eliminate funding for the capital investment grants, the administration has slowed the disbursement of funds to a crawl, depriving municipalities across the country of needed resources for congestion relief. Ms. Gutierrez-Scaccetti, I want to ask you about one line in your testimony that I think is very important, and that is where you say that while there are a number of creative approaches like these public-private partnerships, they're not a solution for a shortage of tax-based revenues. If you have to choose, what you really need is dollars on the barrelhead so that state and local planners can make the most urgent investments. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all of our witnesses today. All of us usually don't start on Ways and Means Committee. I started on transportation infrastructure when I first came here the first 4 years. And there was a lot of discussion back then about transportation, the need for transportation, how we're going to fund transportation. And that discussion's gone on for over 10 years, and we've got little or nothing done. We've got to find a way to come together. I disagree with my colleague. I think the time is right where we can work together and get something done. That's just my opinion in terms of infrastructure, and look at some of the new dynamics. Mr. Lee, you seem like you had a pretty good perspective in terms of your background on the U.S. Let me ask you, every state is different. Some states have a lot of, well, probably all states have current infrastructure needs, but there are states, I'm from Florida, we have 22 million. They claim by 2030 we'll have 28 million or something like that, another 6 million. So you have the existing infrastructure needs, and then you have the infrastructure in terms of going forward the next 10 years. Some states are at 10, they might be at 10 million people a decade or two from now. But Florida, Texas, other states are growing. How do you balance that out in terms of funding for states that have the need for the current infrastructure and what they're going to need in the near future?
Thank you for the question. What has made the Federal Aid Highway Program so successful over the past century plus at this point is the flexibility that it provides to every community across the country. Every community has differing needs, as you had mentioned, but what the federal program provides for is that structure that provides a common purpose and common national goals that are broadly set, but it leaves project selection decisions at the state and local level, open it up to public involvement and input so that they can pick the projects that best suit their own unique needs, rather than looking at a top-down approach that we're seeing more and more of through discretionary grant programs where the federal government picks individual projects.
Thank you. I want to jump on another subject, the cost of money. I've been in business 40 years. I remember in the early 80s, I'm sure Dr. Fischer, you remember, 20% interest rates, 18% interest rates. My first home, 11% interest. The whole thing on building a building, office building, I got locked in at 14.4%, was the best rate I could get back in the 80s. Today, money's free. It's free. I mean, the way the government could ideally borrow. And a big part of anybody's payment in a mortgage, most of it's interest. So it seems like another reason why we need to find a way to work together and look at a lot of these different possibilities. You said in terms of the bond market, there's capacity. Is that what you said? More than enough capacity. That's just one possibility.
That is correct. There is capacity to handle.
So I asked, the question is, what are some of the different ideas or strategies that we can use? Someone said there's an infrastructure bank, public-private partnerships, and the list goes on and on and on, where we should be able, because you're talking trillions of dollars. There's not going to be one answer for funding. It's going to be multiple ways that we have to clearly look at this.
It's a very complicated problem. I do agree that states and local governments need to evaluate the projects, and we can give them the information.
But you're saying there's plenty of capacity in terms of that.
Yes.
Mr. Gribben, let me ask you, what's your thoughts? I mean, you put out some different ways, but I mean, we're talking trillions of dollars, so we've got to come up with some different ideas, creative ideas, as well as, I think, we're going to be able to buy a lot of infrastructure for half price or a third of the normal price just simply because interest rates are low. But let me just tell you, we've been talking for 12, 14 years about this. We do need to find a way to come together with this administration and get something done. So what are some of your best ideas?
Yes,
in terms of?
I totally agree with you. And so 93 was the last time we raised the gas tax. It's been a long time since we've politically been able to overcome resistance to raising the federal gas tax. I think that some of the best ideas are, first of all, distinguishing between funding and financing. So we need new revenue streams, as the commissioner mentioned. Just being able to borrow less expensively or using public-private partnerships, essentially borrowing equity. Those are great financing tools.
What about infrastructure banks? Have you heard about that?
Infrastructure banks, yes. So the last administration had a pretty robust proposal on infrastructure banks. The challenge with the infrastructure bank is it would not do much more than we have currently with the BUILD program, TIFIA, and PABs. So already from a transportation perspective, we have built into our government the ability to capture most of the value of infrastructure bank.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses who are here today. This is an important hearing, and we need to figure out how to finance our infrastructure investments. I think it's one of the most important issues that we can address, and one that should be inclusive to include schools and housing. I want to point out that recent disasters across our country have highlighted the exposure of our communities to natural disasters and really emphasized the need to make our communities more resilient to disasters. In my state of California alone, nearly 20,000 homes were destroyed by wildfires over the course of the last couple of years. I strongly believe it's time to stop building for now and start building for more resilient infrastructure for the future. It'll save lives and it will help our communities. So I'd like to hear from some of our witnesses about their views on the importance of resiliency in infrastructure projects. In addition, each one of us on this dais has heard from our constituents about our crumbling infrastructure. In my district, in California, for example, we've got a highway, Highway 37, that is facing all sorts of problems. It's been for years. Sea level rise is literally forcing Highway 37 underwater. It has been repeatedly closed during periods of rain or flood, something that really disrupts commutes, people going to work, and commerce. And that highway is not alone. State Route 29 that goes through American Canyon in my district is one of the most trafficked and congested roads in the San Francisco North Bay. And it's absolutely vital for thousands of commuters and commerce. Efforts are underway to widen the highway, which would make a big difference. But our work in Congress is going to be necessary in order to make this happen. I'd like to start with a question for Mr. Lee. Can you talk about some of the consequences that, of the unstable and uncertain maintenance of our highway trust fund, what the states, how the states would be forced to deal with if Congress doesn't do its job?
Thank you for the great question. There are a lot of costs, both direct and indirect. In the short term, just the ramping up and down of labor force and equipment for capital investments, that takes a lot of time to ramp it back up, back down. Uncertain funding streams disrupt that. But all the supporting jobs and industries that transportation investment brings, that is put to, at best, a halt, or it will never happen. And with that, you do not get the mobility benefits, you do not get the quality of life benefits that residents were looking forward to, like what the commissioner mentioned in Southern Jersey.
Thank you. And, you know, on the issue of natural disasters and how it impacts these things, you know, we hear all the time in affected areas, you know, that the cities weren't built to withstand a Category 4 hurricane, or not built to withstand a 7-point earthquake, or not built to withstand 500,000-acre wildfire. What can we do to help ensure that these projects are made so there's a built-in resiliency and communities and people's lives aren't put on the line every time you turn around?
You're absolutely right that we have to fundamentally rethink how we're building more resilient and long-lasting infrastructure across the board. We do think there's an opportunity by expanding eligibilities in the current federal aid highway program, especially the National Highway Performance Program. If we were to update it to add eligibilities for construction, reconstruction, restoration, rehabilitation, and preservation, especially of smaller highways or bridges, that would really help. The Emergency Relief Program, if we can expand activities eligible for it as well, especially if it lasts longer and the economic justifications can be made that you don't have to go back over and over again, that would be a great improvement.
Thank you. Dr. Fischer, your testimony, you proposed several policy initiatives, including the revival of the Build America bond, something I'm a big fan of. And Mr. Neal, Chairman Neal, thank you for your work on this. In my area, we used it when I represented Sacramento Airport to rebuild their tower. It's really been helpful. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you see happening and how we'll benefit from that?
I think that if one looks back at sources of capital, the Build America bonds provided a large influx of capital into the municipal bond market and into state and local government for infrastructure and other programs. It's very hard to see any program which has produced as much capital in as short amount of time.
So infrastructure, better quality of life, jobs,
Yes.
all of the above.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses as well. Obviously, a timely hearing we are having here today. I appreciate your perspectives. I know that we all bring different perspectives here in terms of what infrastructure is, what it should include, perhaps what it should not, but we'll save that for another time. But I think of broadband as part of our infrastructure. I think of water management. I think in our part of the country, Middle America, irrigation infrastructure, that's important. We have a lot of levees that were blown out last year with some weather events. And so I hope that we can work together on many of these things and also think about the future. While staff might be returning to the screen Mr. Lee's chart that I wasn't expecting, but I will reference here momentarily, and that is, I hope that everyone in the audience can see this, especially if you are currently making college or tuition loan payments. The fact that college tuition, the percent change from 1993 to 2015, 379%, compared to the federal gas tax remaining static. I think this points to the fact this impacts our labor force, whether it's an engineering firm that needs more employees, whether it's a construction outfit that needs more employees. This is an exacerbating problem facing our country, facing the future of our country, and especially in a modern economy like we currently have. I remain surprised that there's not more outrage based on these numbers present here. And I hope that we can work on this together. I think that, when you look at the future of transportation, if we narrow it down to that, it was interesting hearing from an innovator in Silicon Valley when it relates to autonomous vehicles, if I might shift gears here just a bit, that this innovator said that it's really probably a waste of money to spend a lot of money in the future on mass transit. And yet I see the chart here in terms of mass transit spending, what states put in and what they get out of it. Now, I represent a rural district. Nebraska still gets some supposed mass transit dollars back, but I would like to submit for the record for this hearing, Mr. Chairman, this chart that talks about the massive amounts that a lot of the urban states are getting in return, far more than they are putting in terms of the dollars discussed here.
So ordered.
Thank you. And when we talk about bureaucracy as well, because I think that's a major part, should be a major part of this discussion, and how we can move things along. Mr. Gribben, I know that the amount of time it takes for approval for a project it concerns many of us. There are jokes about the shovel readiness of projects over the last several years, but how long does it take for most infrastructure projects to get approved, and how do you think we could make that more efficient?
That's an excellent question, Congressman. So most average is 4 years for a project, 7 years for a major project, 7 years for a highway. And that's the challenge is the time that it takes for that environmental approval does not equate to the quality of the environmental analysis. So we have countries around the world, Germany, Britain, Canada, Australia, that are actually greener than the U.S. culturally, but are able to do these types of reviews significantly faster. So in terms of the way to address it, the administration issued an executive order, one federal decision that will help align decision-making inside the federal government, and then also suggested as part of its infrastructure package a series of legislative recommendations to do things as simple as stop asking two federal agencies to analyze the same issue. Like just pick one between them to analyze that. So in addition, obviously, there's a notice of proposed rulemaking that was issued a few weeks ago to change how EISs, EAs, and categorical exclusions are done. And I think all of that wrapped together will be enormously impactful.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your expertise, and again, to the rest of the panel as well. I hope we can urge caution. I know that there's a great deal of interest on this committee on the Green New Deal, a lot of co-sponsors, and I hope that we can work together to fashion a better infrastructure plan for the future of our country rather than just a down payment on the Green New Deal. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for this hearing. And I want to thank all the witnesses as well for your expert testimony. I think for the viewers, this can sometimes be frustrating because everybody on our side, on this dais, you won't hear a person up here who's not in favor of infrastructure, who's not in favor of infrastructure improvement, who isn't impressed by everything that you've just said. I have to say, Mr. Gribben, your three proposals that you laid out are three things that ought to be followed very clearly. But there isn't a price tag associated with them, given, you know, what it would actually cost to do the infrastructure system. And when we weigh that as well with China investing 8.5% of its GDP into infrastructure improvement and the United States at 1.4%, there's something wrong here with a nation that at one time, when the Russians launched Sputnik, took a step back and immediately stepped up and demonstrated what American know-how was all about, and on all fronts superseded all expectations. That's what seems to me is missing today. But what's beyond that, you'll hear great agreement up here until it comes down to, well, how do we pay for this? And then it becomes the dance of the tarantulas, because one side doesn't want to commit because if they stick their head too far out, the other side will lop it off. And especially when you have government that's unbalanced, meaning the presidency and the Senate is controlled by one party and the House by the other. And so we have these hearings. The public goes, look, what a great opportunity this is for everybody to work together. So I wanted to ask Mr. Lee and Mr. Gribben, just given the dynamics of your two presentations, where's the common ground that we could get together? And what would you recommend? And should a pollution tax be taken off altogether and say, no, we can't possibly go with something like a tax on pollution? Where is the common ground amongst all the leaders? Don't expect it to come from up here, because even though you may have an idea, if it's deemed politically going too far out, it's likely not going to go too far. Mr. Lee?
Sure. So obviously the gas tax purchasing power loss has resulted in the instability of the Highway Trust Fund now going on for 12 years. And the general fund transfers amounting to $140+ billion to a trust-funded program, that is not the right way to do it. But that was done in order to avoid a massive collapse in highway and transit funding. In our world, if it was between the general fund support or massive funding collapse, we'll take the general fund. But if we were to take a step back, it should be put back on the user-based framework upon which the interstate program was built. It should clearly show that the contributions made by the public, whether in the form of user fees or taxes, are going straight to infrastructure benefits that they will be able to take advantage of every day.
Mr. Gribben, do you agree? And if you added some of your
Yes.
issues, go ahead. Yes.
So I am a big fan of Mr. Lee. He's very capable. I think we agree in stability of funding. To the extent that the federal government can provide funding, it should be stable, and you should be able to anticipate what's going to happen in the future. I think we agree on using funds well. If we're going to spend money, taxpayer money should be spent well, get a good return. I think we agree on environmental streamlining to some extent. You know, like, hey, let's make sure we understand the environmental impact, but do it reasonably. I think where we disagree is the fixation on the Highway Trust Fund and federal funding. So again, the chart that said 0% federal funding, it's missing what state and local governments have done. There's been hundreds of billions of dollars of increased investment on the state and local side. So when you think of the U.S. as a country in infrastructure, and you look at just what the federal government's doing, you're kind of missing the picture. In fact, you're only looking at about 1/4 of the picture. You're missing the whole
Well, as a
3/4.
state that sends more money to the federal government than we get back, and I strongly believe in federalism. Mrs. Gutierrez-Scaccetti, I saw you shaking your head as Mr. Gribben was speaking, so please.
So I certainly appreciate the reference to state and local governments. Being a state government and understanding what resources we have as a state, I think it's, and not disrespectfully disingenuous, to say that the states and local government can pick up what the Federal Highway Trust Fund doesn't do. That's just, it's not feasible. You know, you talk about not wanting to tax at the federal level at the pump. But what do you think is going to happen at the state and local level? I live in a state where property taxes are already extraordinarily high. If you put this burden and continue to put this burden, forget the state level because we raised our gas tax. Local government doesn't have a gas tax. They do other things. New Jersey has been successful in its state gas tax increase at providing tremendous support, over $430 million to our counties and municipalities to do that work to avoid the necessity for increased property taxes. So I think in listening to everything that has happened here today, I think if there was an answer, if there was some solution, it's certainly about collaboration and it is certainly about compromise, but the foundational tool for the national interstate highway system is the federal government's gas tax program. And it doesn't have to be $1. It could be 2 pennies, and it can be indexed and be very, very manageable in terms of family budgets.
I see I've gone well beyond my time, but I thank you, and I will send him writing, ask you in writing also to comment on mitigation also, which seems to have been left out, which I think is a very important part of saving money long-term and being more constructive.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent a district that is probably as dependent on infrastructure and transportation as any in Texas. In the middle of my district is the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. Back in the days of we're going to fund infrastructure and we're going to fund shovel-ready projects. Believe it or not, the first shovel-ready project in America was the loop road around the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport that was ready to go. Probably I have the most tollway miles of any congressional district in Texas. The Rayburn, the Bush, any politician you can name has a tollway named after them. And it's user-oriented, and our constituency recognizes the benefit of it. But my cities and my counties are now beginning to say, especially with the prospect of an infrastructure bill that the president has talked about, where you will have a large infrastructure number that will have a federal component funded, and then the cities, the counties, the states will then, I'm not sure what the process will be, but somehow bid to get their project recognized based on the amount of money they're willing to put in. Our state highway system works somewhat like that. So we'll get down to the bare question is, how do we come up with that $250 billion to stimulate that $1 trillion worth of highway funding, infrastructure, et cetera? So one of my basic questions is, when you look at federal funding for projects, of course, if you do a dollar-for-dollar project, you know what the cost of that is. It's a buck. And you generally create $1 worth of a project. What does it cost? How do you figure the cost to the federal government of loss of revenue when you issue instruments like tax-exempt bonds, highway bonds, Build America bonds, which, by the way, are the most popular, was the most popular instrument used in my district by my cities and counties? How do you figure that number? And Is that the most effective way to put the dollar into the system? Mr. Gribben?
Yes, thank you very much, Congressman. I think the Joint Committee on Taxation has got models that can figure out how much the tax expenditure is for tax-exempt debt. But I'd like to go back to the disagreement between me and the commissioner, if we can, for a second, because friendly disagreement, because I think what the commissioner is missing, and I welcome her to contradict me on this, is that what New Jersey is saying is that New Jersey would like federal tax dollars from other states other than New Jersey to come to New Jersey to help subsidize New Jersey infrastructure. If you look at the mass transit document that was mentioned earlier, New Jersey gets $4 back for every dollar of investment. Alabama gets 56 cents back. New Jersey's 9th wealthiest. Alabama's 43rd. So there's this disparity that doesn't make any sense. So when you're talking about additional federal revenue, what you mean is more revenue than you gave in as a state, which means other states are now contributing to your state. And I think it's important when we talk about additional federal revenue that we look at it in that context, as opposed to kind of this urban myth that federal revenue comes from this source that is neither state nor local taxpayers. Like, every federal dollar comes from a local taxpayer.
And when you begin to look at the cost comparisons of issuance of tax exempt,
yes,
or removing the cap, or issuance of, how does Build America bonds specifically, does it have a lower cost element to it because it's a taxable instrument in many cases than raising the cap on issuance of tax exempt bonds?
That is an excellent question. To be honest with you, I don't have off the top of my head the answer.
So what would be the most effective way for us to generate that money, to allow the cities to access that money, to then access the grant or the match money?
The one thing that it would be incredibly helpful to do is raise the cap on private activity bonds that was given to USDOT at $15 billion. It's pretty much been exhausted at this point in time. So you're going to lose the ability of projects that are soon in the pipeline to have access to that tax-exempt debt.
Thank you.
We recognize the gentleman from Oregon, whose work on infrastructure is well known to all. Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I am pleased that the ranking member is concerned that we really haven't done what we should have done over the course of the last 5 years. I would remind the ranking member that for 8 years, Republicans did not have a single hearing like this. In fact, I would begin every hearing. Some of you will remember, for over a year, I kept track of how many hearings we have had since we last dealt with infrastructure. Over 400. I am pleased that a year ago we broke the ice, and today we had a terrific panel that had a wide range of issues. I agree with some, I disagree with others, but I think there's a big picture here that can help the committee and the public understand some of the dynamics. I think it's very useful. I must say I respectfully disagree with Mr. Gribben. You know, you want to know why it's more expensive to build some projects? When we did the first interstate, we didn't care about what community we destroyed. We weren't dealing with the environmental consequences. And in fact, one of the reasons projects today are more expensive is because we are dealing with remediation for the mistakes in the 50s and the 60s. That's why, in many cases, it's more expensive. And I'm glad you caught yourself when you had an argument, well, local governments and state governments are holding up, waiting for federal. No, you caught yourself later in your testimony. You pointed out that they are not waiting. Los Angeles did what, $140 billion, not waiting for the federal government, but it was predicated on the fact that the federal government would fulfill its obligation for this partnership. And that's the same thing that happens in Texas and in Florida and Virginia. We've had a system for over half a century that is a good partnership. Yes, revenues rise and flow, but depending on when you finish the infrastructure or the big dig or something else, many states had a deficit or they ran a surplus. but it was part of building a national system. And that's what we need to keep track of. Now, the American public is already paying. Mr. Brady talked about $1 a gallon equivalent. Do the math, Kevin. How much Americans are paying right now for congestion being struck in traffic for inadequate infrastructure? It's almost $1,500. President Reagan, when he gave his eloquent speech calling Congress back in November of 1982 to raise the gas tax a nickel a gallon, back when that was real money, he talked about the damage to individual cars, that the taxpayer would probably pay more for a pair of shock absorbers than they would pay for that increased gas tax. There are lots of funding options. Yes, we can do a better job creating instruments that deal with debt. Yes, essentially, given the fact that we have a low interest rate environment for a while, it's almost free money, and we're getting something back for it. My Republican friends embarked on a tax cut program without benefit of a hearing on their bill. $1.5 trillion, $2 trillion. What did we get for it? Well, we got a lot of stock buybacks that was supposed to spur the economy, but not anything tangible. For a fraction of that amount of money, we could have engaged in rebuilding and repairing America. We could have restored the trust fund, and we could leverage some very efficient federal programs. The Tiger grants are an example where federal money was used to leverage local investment, private partners, and we got back more than $1 for each that was invested because we used strategic federal policy to magnify the impact, do the planning and development in such a way that has enriched communities across the country. And this administration has turned it into building bridges in scattered parts of the country with no strategic vision. We can do better. I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, this hearing, and I'm looking forward to our rolling up our sleeves and doing some work with what has been advanced by our friend, Mr. DeFazio, who was at our first hearing, because I think when we finally get down to brass tacks and we listen to state and local and business people, we can come up with a proposal that will meet these objectives, and I think it may even be bipartisan. I appreciate your courtesy.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Reed, to inquire.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and today I'm going to be a happy warrior because there's a lot of good news going on today, and the American people are having some victories today with some things that have happened. But this panel also, to me, represents a good moment. I think there is bipartisan agreement that we need to fix America's infrastructure. And the question that we're going to wrestle with here as we come to a conclusion on this is how we're going to pay for it. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is always when we have the discussion of pay for, I think we always got to look at it always from the perspective of the people that are going to pay for it. And those are the individuals of America. And so the gas tax, I understand the argument. Mr. Lee, I read your testimony. I appreciate your presentation. And the concern I have there is the gasoline tax is a dying tax. As our transportation model shifts, as our transportation model over the horizon goes away, and given that we haven't looked at the gas tax since 1993, and I saw your chart with the 18 cents being the flat rate since 1993, my concern is you're not looking at the whole picture. Because 18 cents has been the rate since 1993 by the federal government, but the state governments, if I'm understating the data correctly, has stepped in aggressively. And many of the states have filled in what would have been otherwise the inflationary impact of increasing that 18 cents from 1993 to today. Is that accurate, that there is a concern there that the person paying at the pump, people we represent in Western New York, who are traveling 40, 50 miles each way, 60 miles each way to work, they don't really care if it's 18 cents from the federal government or if it's $2 made up, or $2, 60 cents made up by local, city, county, federal government, right? I mean, all they care about is the final tally, right? So the state has imposed some taxes in this area, I guess is my point. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So 39 states have been proactive in raising their own transportation revenues, mostly based on fuel taxes. But I will also add that when they put together very complicated long-term investment plans for their transportation assets, it depends on three legs of the stool: federal, state, and local funding. When they increase their state share, they still expect a reliable portion of the federal dollars come in for the next 5 years or so. And without that leg, the puzzle doesn't get completed.
I appreciate that input. And I guess the point I'm making is, as we look at a solution here, I think we got to look over the horizon. And what I'm looking from the panel is, what do you see over the next 5 years as the transportation model changes, that we could still deploy a user fee, but be creative and a new revenue user fee coming down the pipeline? And I appreciate my friend from Oregon. He's been out on the vehicle miles traveled, looking at electric cars and things of that nature. That, to me, is looking over the horizon for a sustainable user fee model here. What do you see? I mean, as we go to autonomous vehicles, as we go to next generation transportation, is there anything in the spectrum space that could be tolled, if you would? Is there anything from the power generation sources that are out there? Some folks have talked about converting America's resources in our oil and natural gas, now that we're the world's largest exporter of natural gas and oil, using that as a potential resource to convert and invest in America's infrastructure. Mr. Gribben, or anyone, maybe we'll start with Mr. Gribben, are those some pots of revenue we should potentially look at creatively?
No, there absolutely is. There's a virtually infinite source of potential revenues. I think what you want to do is make a revenue source that's tied closely to the benefit that's being received from the user. You know, your constituent, when they're paying that fee, are they paying that fee and they're seeing that being reinvested back into their commute or not? So, you know, Oregon's taking the lead on vehicle miles traveled. That's a fantastic method, not only because it can raise revenue, but it also can be used for congestion pricing, so you can mitigate congestion at the same time. I would disagree with Mr. Lee on one thing in terms of the federal government funding as necessary. My home state of Virginia, we're building a multi-billion-dollar project. Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel has no federal funding, and we've suffered no delays in any way in delivering on that project. So.
Are there any other creative revenue pots out there, Ms. Gutierrez?
I think one of the more progressive studies that the federal government has helped us study is the idea of mileage-based user fees. And so through what was the I-95 Corridor Coalition, the coalition of states along the 95 corridor, we've spent a great deal of time collecting data to understand if mileage-based user fees may be a substitute or an addition to what we do today. I was raised in the toll road industry, so for me, user fees are I'm very comfortable with that.
And I would just do a shout out to Massachusetts, because your governor there, I am a big fan of, and the way that he's been able to take on one-party control with split control, getting things done, I applaud. So thank you very much for that. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me call upon Mr. Pasquarello. We will now move, based on precedent, for 2 Democrats to 1 Republican to proceed with questioning.
Mr. Chairman, I ask you to go back to the last witness. They all did a great job so far today. You start talking about what happened in Virginia. They didn't use any federal money for the project that you referred to. Is that correct? Well, let me tell you what happened in Indiana and in Kansas. So what they did is, let's find a new way to fund transportation projects. Oh, I have an idea. Let's sell one of the highways. A turnpike, Indiana. And what do you know? Not too long after that, they had to buy it back. So look, you either want to look at the federal government's responsibilities. Don't tell me about the state of New Jersey. We are dead last in getting anything back on the dollar, each dollar we send to the federal government. Dead last. The only thing we're dead last, and again, is Mexico, I think, beats us, or we're tied with them, in putting up money to train people for jobs. Dead last. Come to New Jersey. I'll bring you around there. I'll show you the sights.
Would love to visit.
We'll skip Wildwood, but we'll see everything else. In the most recent analysis for the American Society of Civil Engineers, rated our infrastructure at D+, which is pretty pathetic. It's unchanged since 2013. That's 7 years ago. So, you know, we're talking into the wind here. You know, we got time. We'll fill in the time. I was a teacher, and when I gave one of my students a D+, that is a reflection that they barely tried, and they probably are lucky if they brought a pencil to school. It's a half step above an F. American roads, bridges, highways are a step above failure. What about our underground infrastructure? The municipalities can't even afford to pay for a broken water main. And you're telling me about new ideas and how we're going to get other kinds of revenue when we're afraid to face up to where we really are. Civil engineers' most recent analysis revealed that the United States has only been paying 1/2 of its infrastructure bill for even longer. That's 50%. You know what happens when you go out there and you go to dinner, go back to dinner again, and you try to pay only half the bill? I mean, what do you think you are, Ralph Crampton or something, you know? I'm from New Jersey, a place that lives and survives on our mobility. You brought up the subject of transit. We have probably the largest transit system in the world, in the country. And if the federal government shut down payments in that area, and by the way, you know how close we are to shutting down what we're getting back, the transit area from the trust fund? You have any idea?
New Jersey's return on mass transit dollars is 4-to-1.
Yeah. Now, do you have any idea how much New Jersey would lose in the transit system if you cut off federal dollars?
About 600.
Oh, we'll pay for it ourselves.
680 million, plus or minus.
Pretty close. The transit account shortfall, which starts in 2021, it'll be at $235 million. Not so bad. In 9 years, it goes to $54 billion. That's just if the trust fund is not able to do the job. So you could talk about Gateway, which we got to beg. We got to get on our knees to beg the federal government to keep commerce going up the coast. So we're not here on an equal ground. We're not here on equal ground. And don't tell me the President of the United States is interested in putting one dime into infrastructure. That was one of his first speeches. He came here when he was sworn in. He said he was going to raise and get both sides together. Remember they went down to the White House to have those beautiful meetings with the beautiful chandeliers and all that stuff. We need some honesty here. We've been talking for 7 years. And Mr. Blumenauer is absolutely correct. My final point, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blumenauer is correct. When DeFazio and Mr. Blumenauer and several of us begged the Obama administration to spend more money on transportation, put more money into infrastructure, you put more money to work. You bring more money back into the economy when people are making money. And they didn't do it. This is the same stuff that we've been talking about and talking about and talking about. Thank you for having this hearing.
Thank you. We thank the gentleman. I should point out that I was at that second meeting at the White House. It didn't go that well.
I didn't go.
With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly. And I'll come back to Mr. Davis.
And Mr. Kelly, would you yield to me for 10 seconds?
Yes, sir.
The risk of being yelled at by my friend from New Jersey. I would reinforce that New Jersey receives 408% of the mass transit funds they put in, and almost 150% of the dollars they put in for highways. Texas is dead last at 88%.
we're
Thank
dead
you.
last
Yield
in,
back.
in the general money that comes back to us, Mr. Brady, and you know it.
Kelly.
You know the numbers.
Mr. Kelly.
Okay, reclaiming my time. Just for those in the audience who aren't a little bit older, Ralph Cramden was a character played by Jackie Gleason on The Honeymooners, and it's appropriate that you bring him up because he was a bus driver, so we're talking about mass transit. But let's make sure that we're keeping everything in the right perspective. And I mean, Mr. Larson and I are good friends. I would much rather be in America with President Trump than in China with President Xi. I think that the decision-making process is a little bit different. If you disagree in China, you'd no longer be at the dais. So at least this way we can come here and we can talk about these different ideas. One of the things I'm concerned about is the fact that in addition to what we've been talking about and roads and everything, listen, there's roads, there's rivers, there's runways, there's railways, there's so much that we have to address, right? And I think my friend Mr. Reed really hit on this. I'm from Pennsylvania, and wow, Mr. Lee, it's very accurate, 18 cents of every dollar, right? That was the federal, but Pennsylvania is almost 60 cents on every gallon of gas, so 60 cents per gallon of gas. So the states have kind of made up what the feds didn't do, and this money's being used somewhere. I don't know exactly where it goes because I don't sit on top of that watching it every day, but I know there's a great disparity in where we are and what we need to do. The cost of fixing something today probably pales in the cost of not fixing it. So we have a great dilemma that we're trying to face, and I think both sides of the aisle agree with that. So one of the big changes that took place was a couple years ago, and we can talk about how people voted or how they didn't vote. I was sat here one night on a situation we voted on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, where we didn't get one single vote, not only in the House but in the other part of the Congress from the Senate, to put forth something that has absolutely been a dynamic force on the economy. We are surging forth. We've never seen the type of job growth, the type of wage growth, and all the things that we talk about, which at the end of the day, as Mr. Gribben points out, it doesn't matter if the state that taxes you, your school district that taxes you, the community you live in taxes you, or the country you live in taxes you, it's all coming out of the same pocket. That's hardworking American taxpayers. I think we're way past that discussion. My concern, though, and Earl and I have worked on a number of things with the partnerships and using private funds to come together and do some things. Mr. DeFazio, I just want to cover this because it's really critical where I'm from. This is our waterways and our ports. One of the most dynamic uses of infrastructure and how far behind we've fallen. I was looking at this. Revenues are collected, right, for the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. Unfortunately, the money collected doesn't go to fix the problem that we have. It gets diverted to other places. I very foolishly thought when I first came here that if you collect taxes for a particular use, those monies then would be spent on the reason you collect them, finding out that that doesn't even come anywhere close to it. So we're not doing the job there. There's estimates that our nation's ports and harbors are going to need $15.8 billion right now. Well, there's $9.3 billion has already been collected in the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund that's sitting idle in the U.S. Treasury. CBO estimates that the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund will collect an additional $24.5 billion in new revenues over the next decade. Yet Congress is on pace to invest only $19.4 billion in harbor maintenance over the same decade. So, listen, there's so many things that we agree on. I would really love to come here to a meeting, and I want to thank the chairman for calling this meeting today. Look, this isn't a Republican problem or a Democrat problem. This isn't a liberal problem or a conservative problem. This is a problem that we have trying to compete in a global economy where we are the only country in the world, the only economy that everybody else wants to compete in. So we're not sitting there in some bad position. Everybody wants to be like America. I think sometimes Americans forget that these people sitting here today are all from the same country. I don't care what the hell party you're registered at. I don't care. I really could care less about that. Every single penny we spend comes out of a hardworking American taxpayer's dollar. To go back and forth over whose fault it is and to find who struck John, that's all bullcrap. Look, this is going to get fixed if we work together to get it done. I don't care what president gets credit for it. I don't care how much we have to put forward in order to level this ship again and make sure we're doing things the right way. Look, if I was in Alabama, I'd be upset because I don't think I'm getting the money back that I put into it. And I'm sure we can talk about these things until the cows come home, but the real problem we have is these damn elections get in the way. And if we just didn't have to worry about who was going to get credit for it, man, would this be a wonderful, wonderful world to live in. And I don't know which philosopher said this, but it would be incredible how much we would get done if no one person had to get credit for it. The other side of the coin is, wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to blame somebody for standing in the way, when the blame really needs to be directed at that face you see looking back at you in the morning when you're shaving or putting on your makeup. It's a mirror, and the reflection is us.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Chicago, Mr. Davis, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly want to thank all of our witnesses for being with us this afternoon. Fortunately, I can't say that Illinois is dead last, but I can say that we're in that donor category. That is, we're given more than we think we get. And like everybody else, we're always looking for more. But I can tell you that as I listened to the debate and discussion, I was just reminded, because I chair the subcommittee on worker and family support, and I'm always concerned that those individuals that in any federal investment in transportation or whatever it is, there are always vulnerable people who don't get a real part of the action. I'm concerned that if we've got infrastructure development taking place, we need to try and make sure that former foster youth, that Job Corps trainees, that youth build trainees, disconnected workers, individuals with backgrounds and records, that they get a shot. You know, if you're driving down the highway and construction projects are taking place and you're unemployed, broke, can't get cut in, you feel a certain way about that. So, Mr. Lee, let me ask you, do we have a way for these individuals, the ones I just mentioned, on the outside looking in, to get cut into the pie and develop the skills that are necessary to become a part of this work activity?
There is a lot of opportunity that we can really look into going forward. You know, it's not just about building the Erie Canal or the Transcontinental Railroad or even the interstate system. We have a very complicated, ever complex transportation network that's really requiring a more sophisticated way to look at it, requires a high-skilled labor force. Personally, as a little boy growing in South Korea, I used to build sand highway interchanges rather than sandcastle at the beach. I know that's really weird, and most kids don't do that. And so we have to do a better job of really telling the kids, you know, that getting into the transportation and infrastructure sector is a really rewarding place to make your mark in our society and our nation. And we have invested at AASHTO and our state DOTs various training opportunities to both blue-collar and white-collar workers to be able to get their skills developed. And we're increasingly looking at online platforms that tend to be more accessible, much lower cost, and covering much wider areas of practice.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Gutierrez-Scaccetti, at one point in your testimony, you said, let's not abandon the gas tax, which is sort of an indication that you had some experiences that were positive with that. Would you share with us what those may have been?
I think the positive experience that comes from not abandoning the gas tax is that it gives us a strong foundation. The gas tax, whether it's increased by $1 or a dime or a nickel, provides us with a very firm foundation upon which to plan. And the stability of that is hugely important if, in fact, you want us to look at other tools available to us, right? So we talk about not just different revenue streams, but building through diverse revenue streams requires us to have that confidence that the Federal Transportation Trust Fund, the Highway Trust Fund, will be available to us as at a foundational level to give us a little bit of confidence to start using some new tools. We need all the tools, but the Highway Trust Fund is the foundational tool that really supports DOTs.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cantor. I think I got a couple of seconds. Could you mention the importance of school construction activity?
Sure. Public schools. So that's certainly part of community infrastructure, usually governmentally owned, of course, but the condition of them is very important, and I would think about that as public infrastructure, usually paid for by local communities in the states, oftentimes very neglected and not conducive to providing adequate facilities for kids to live and work in and learn in.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me call upon Mr. Higgins from New York, who's been a longtime leader on the issue of infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just recently there were published reports that when the United States invaded and occupied Iraq, the United States economy was 8.5 times the size of China's economy. Today, by many measures, China's economy is larger than that of the United States. And all this talk about infrastructure and how you pay for it, we're reminded that the hundreds of billions of dollars that we've spent in rebuilding the roads and bridges of Iraq and Afghanistan were never paid for. And it added to, by some estimates, a $3.5 trillion debt in all. And because there's no accountability for anything in Iraq or Afghanistan, even the inspector generals have a hard time compiling accurate information. There's no telling what the real costs are. Additionally, because Iraq and Afghanistan is as bad today as it was 20 years ago when we went in there, there are no institutions, there's no local means of support to maintain all the roads and bridges that we built for them. So they're on a 20-year lifeline, and they're deteriorated. So it was really kind of a big waste. And my point is, the diversion of all of that money that was, again, unpaid for has hurt the growth of the American economy, where we have compromised our economic superiority in the world. You know, it was the United States that led the rollout of G4 technology in the digital economy. China is now leading the rollout of 5G, which is 5th generation, and we are way behind. And one of the reasons for that is the United States is about $400 billion short in building 5G base stations and infrastructure. So all across the American economy, you find that our diversion in other places has not only cost us very valuable American lives in terms of the soldiers that were killed, but very valuable money that should have been invested in our economy. Now, I hear all the time both Republicans and Democrats, and they're right, are always harping about how China cheats on their currency, and they do, and that should stop. They don't care about their workers. They don't care about their environment. But what they are doing, and we're not doing, is investing in the growth of their economy. China is building infrastructure in Africa. China is building infrastructure in the Middle East, not to get involved with a war, but to access emerging markets toward the growth of their economy. And I just think that when we're talking about infrastructure, there's too much of an emphasis on paying for it. You know, infrastructure, I often cite Moody's Analytics, Mark Zandi, who's a conservative economist. He was asked, what is the economic return for the tax cuts? He said for every dollar that you give away, you get 32 cents back. So you lose 68% in terms of your investment, a loss in investment. For every dollar that you invest in infrastructure, you get $1.60 back in economic growth. So the return on investment is 60%. And at the very outset of this hearing, there was a lot of talk about, and many were making reference to the fact that you borrowed money 20, 30 years ago at 14%. Now it's, virtually nothing. So if in fact you can invest in infrastructure and get a return of conservatively 60%, it would seem to me that the need is so desperate that even if you have to deficit finance it, at least, unlike a tax cut, unlike a war or two wars, in the Middle East, there is a financial gain from what it is you're doing. And I see it. I'm from Buffalo, and we've redeveloped our infrastructure, our waterfront. Every dollar we invest, we're getting $3 or $4 back in private sector investment. So I think given the fact that money is so cheap, that we need to give serious consideration, perhaps not to all, but $1 trillion or $2 trillion infrastructure bill should not be held up because there's not an exact pay for. You have to consider that there are good investments that can be financed in terms of deficit financing, and there are bad investments. And I think infrastructure is proven to be a good investment in the growth of your economy. With that, I'll yield back, sir.
Thank the gentleman. Let me call upon the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Holding, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. There seems to be a lot that we can all agree on in this space, and I'm hopeful that we can come together on some real bipartisan ideas. They are here. We've got them, and we can help streamline our infrastructure projects and get increased financing into these much-needed projects. So, Mr. Gribben, would there be any impact in the overall cost of transportation infrastructure investment if significantly more private sector funds were available to the local, state, and federal governments for that purpose? And would such resources, those private funds, drive the cost of infrastructure improvements downward in instances where private capital competes for opportunities to partner with our public entities on infrastructure projects?
Congressman, that's an excellent question. First, I'd like to make sure that we're discerning clearly between funding and financing.
Financing.
Private investments coming in, like a loan or any other form that has to be paid back over time.
Sure.
Typically, what would happen if, and I used to work for Macquarie Capital, advise state and local governments on attracting private equity to these types of investments, you would do what's called a value for money study, because the cost of your capital is going to be higher, but at the same time, your design costs, your construction costs, and your operation and maintenance costs will all be lower. And if that net's positive for the government, then you should do a public-private partnership. If it doesn't, you shouldn't. So there are really good tools out there today. The one thing I mentioned a little bit before, but I want to highlight again, private activity bonds. In 2005, a $15 billion allotment was made. We are right on the edge of that entire allotment being consumed. Private activity bonds and TIFIA are absolutely critical in ensuring that private capital can compete against governmental capital. So you have debt, in essence, in TIFIA and private activity bonds, you're able to get debt for your project that's roughly equivalent to what the government would be able to get in a tax-exempt situation.
Good. Well, thank you, and I agree with what you've got to say. And in that regard, I've been working with my friend, Mr. Swazi, on a proposal that would inject more private capital into infrastructure projects all over the United States by amending a discriminatory tax called FIRPTA, the Foreign Investment Real Estate Property Tax. And I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, as well as Ranking Member Mr. Brady and my colleagues on this proposal as part of the highway bill. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really excited about today's panel. I was a former bond lawyer, a reformed bond lawyer. So talking about something so near and dear to my heart as infrastructure, to me, it's about making sure that we have a comprehensive approach. So we're not just talking about roads and bridges, but we're also talking about broadband. I represent a rural part of Alabama, as well as making sure that we're talking about water and sewer needs, because I have a lot of rural parts of my district where decentralized water systems are needed. We know that there's a significant need for infrastructure. I think it's how we come about getting a comprehensive solution. And Dr. Fischer, you were music to my ears in talking about the need to not only look at new market tax credits, but also advance refundings. I think that one of the things that we, as a committee, can really look at is by repealing advance refundings, we're really taking an opportunity for local municipalities to get lower financing and make it easier for them to actually finance their own infrastructure. We could talk about that later. I have a bill that would actually do that. But what I really wanted to talk about was the fact that I have small rural communities like Representative Smith. In fact, we've worked together, Adrian and I. He represents Nebraska, I represent Alabama. But one of the things that you didn't talk about was bank qualified bonds, which allow for these local municipalities to actually have even lower costs to borrowing by letting their local banks hold this, their bonds. Can you talk a little bit about bank qualified funding?
Yes, we call that the BQ market.
Yes, we do.
It's a specialized market, but in 1986, the Congress saw fit to provide financing advantages for small issues. They were capped in size at $10 million. During the recession, we expanded that to $30 million, but it's fallen back to $10 million.
Very successful program, I may add, because it would reduce the basis points for borrowing from 25 as much as 25 to 40%.
Yes, it's a complicated equation, and it depends a bit on the market. I guess that I've always seen the need to bump the 10 million to a higher number simply to adjust for inflation.
Absolutely.
Over time.
In fact, I've introduced a bipartisan bill along with Representative Reed on this committee called the Municipal Bond Market Support Act that would increase the cap on bank qualified debt from 10 million to 30 million per issuer, which would be a huge, I would think, a huge opportunity for especially small municipal financing to occur. I also wanted to have talk a little bit about the need for advance refundings. You sort of hit upon it a little bit, but can you talk about why repealing the advance refunding has had such a devastating effect on the market, and how if we choose to allow advance refundings of bonds again, that would be a big way to finance some of this infrastructure?
I think what happened was the elimination of tax-exempt advance refundings, which simply removed flexibility from state and local government to handle their finances. Most long-term municipal bonds are callable. They have high coupons, and the ability to refinance them as the market allows is a feature of the market that has been around for many decades. And I think taking away flexibility simply increases the effective cost of financing for state and local government and inhibits, again, the size and activity in the municipal bond market. And it all comes out in the wash in what we're talking about.
So, Ms. Cantor, you talked a lot about new market tax credits. One of the things that we were able to get enacted this past omnibus bill was increasing the allocation from $3.5 billion to $5 billion. This is another way that we can go about, really financing infrastructure. Can you talk a little bit about some of the projects that you've done?
Sure. So we have used our new markets allocations to finance what we'll call community infrastructure projects. So these are the human service providers, healthcare, YMCAs, early childhood education centers, things that communities need but are not profitable investments for profit-motivated investors. In fact, there's no profit. They're usually nonprofit sponsors. So new markets is a huge source of direct funding for those kinds of projects, and we just couldn't get it done without them. I know there's talk of, could it be used for broadband?
We're looking to expand the usage, but I think that one of the things that I really want this committee to think and focus on is the fact that there are tools in our toolkit that if we enhance them, like historic tax credits, like low-income housing tax credits, and new market tax credits, private activity bonds, making sure that we expand their access, that those are really great tools in the toolkit that can help us in the infrastructure
Yes,
financing.
and they're well understood by the market. There's a lot of expertise in how to use them. And so I think they'd be tremendously valuable for any kind of expansion.
And as Dr. Fischer said, it's been an heavily underutilized market, and we have a lot of capacity in the municipal bond market. It's a great way.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Washington State, Susan Del Bene, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this important hearing, and thanks to everyone for joining us today and for your insights. Safe and affordable housing is a critical part of our nation's infrastructure, and like roads and bridges, affordable housing is really a long-term community economic development asset. I've introduced H.R. 3077, the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act, to strengthen and expand the low-income housing tax credit. And I definitely believe affordable housing is a priority to help address the infrastructure needs across our country. The housing credit, which has financed the production and preservation of nearly all the affordable housing in the country since the 1980s, which is about nearly 3 million units nationwide, has proven to be a successful tool not just for providing families with housing, but also for spurring investment in the broader community and creating jobs. In my home state of Washington, the housing credit is responsible for developing or preserving approximately 75,000 homes, and it's critical that we continue to strengthen this housing credit so we can address the affordable housing shortage that we're seeing across the country. Mr. Chairman, I asked to insert into the record a letter from the Housing Action Coalition in support of expanding and strengthening the housing credit.
So ordered.
Thank you. Ms. Cantor, I saw you nodding your head over there as we were talking about the housing credit, and I know you've seen the impact in your state. And so I wondered if you could talk a little bit about how the housing credit has been an effective public-private partnership to address the lack of affordable housing in your state, in Massachusetts.
Sure. Thank you, Congresswoman. The Affordable Housing Tax Credit, or LIHTC as you hear it called in the market, is the primary tool we have for creating and preserving affordable housing. It is winds up being a direct cash subsidy, but it's really a for-profit investor's investment in a project, and their return is the tax credit. They're not getting any other financial return. But they are part of the underwriting of that project. They're not going to invest if they're not satisfied that this is a good project that can service any other obligations it has that can meet the significant requirements of remaining eligible for their tax credit so that their tax credit is not clawed back. So it is a form of public-private partnership. You have that oversight by the investor to make sure that the subsidy is used well, is used correctly, and that it upholds its obligations. We do wind up pairing the credit with other kinds of tax credits, the historic tax credit, state tax credits, local property tax incentives. It's usually not enough on its own to make the projects work, but it's the way we can, create and then eventually rebuild after a period of 30 years rental housing projects that fall into a state of, disrepair and just become tired after 30 years. There's a need to preserve and rebuild these projects using the LIHTC.
You stated in your testimony that you support efforts to improve bond recycling and the possibility for states to trade or reallocate their unused private activity bond volume cap to other states that face shortages. And our bill would make it easier for bond recycling to occur so that states are not missing out on the much-needed cap allocation that could otherwise extend after short-term obligation is paid to build more affordable housing. And so I wondered, would you agree that the current time constraints and limitations on use and issuance of recycled bond cap are stifling opportunities to use this available tool?
Yes, it's complicated and difficult to complete a recycling. We do it, but it would be more efficient, less expensive, and more commonly used if, for one thing, the bonds did not themselves, the original bonds did not have to remain outstanding, means somebody's paying interest during that time period that it takes to close on the new transaction. If we could just issue, perhaps a new kind of volume cap, a voucher or something, instead of having to keep the old bond itself outstanding. and then we would still have, it would still have the same net effect to the federal government. We would just be reusing that volume cap from a bond that was paid off early, because most of our volume cap bonds are issued to get the housing tax credits. Many of them are paid off almost in their entirety by the time the tax credits come in, because they can't support long-term debt. So that volume cap, that tax-exempt obligation, is only outstanding during the construction period. It's about 18 months. It's sort of a waste when you think that it was meant to do 30-year financing. So we're foregoing opportunities to do 30-year financing on other projects so that we can get those much-needed tax credits into projects.
Mm-hmm. No. Thank you. I appreciate your feedback, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, my primary focus in Congress is on American competitiveness. I want the government to do what it can to make our infrastructure and our economic system competitive, because I believe if we do that, then American workers can compete with workers anywhere in the world on a level playing field. I do believe our infrastructure is deteriorating, and you can't be a world-class competitor without world-class infrastructure. I also believe that intelligent investment in infrastructure does produce returns. I built commercial buildings during my career, and I never expected to get a 100% return on an office building the year I built it. Of course, it pays for itself over time and then can produce a handsome return. I believe the same thing occurs with infrastructure. If government makes intelligent investments in infrastructure, then it'll pay for itself. I believe the interstate highway system has paid for itself 100 times over. Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. I think dynamic scoring makes sense. I could support increasing investment in infrastructure. The government needs a certain amount of revenue to operate, and we collect that revenue through various funding sources: income taxes, estate taxes, highway taxes, all these taxes. Maybe we should look at collecting more of our tax as a highway tax and less of our tax as an income tax. Maybe we could look at offsetting the reduction in the income tax. I also believe that before we increase our gas tax, that we should stop stealing from these trust funds, the Highway Trust Fund and the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. There's two problems with government trust funds. One of them is that you can't trust them, and the other is they're not funded. I don't think that the driving public understands when they hit a pothole in their road that the federal government redirects 20% of their gas tax to mass transit projects that primarily benefit only the urban areas where they're located. If we stopped stealing that 20% from the Highway Trust Fund, we could come pretty close to fully funding the Highway Trust Fund. That's why I have produced the Highway Restoration Act, introduced the Highway Restoration Act, which would eliminate the 20% going to the Mass Transit Fund. I've also discussed before, I can't support raising gas tax on poor rural folks back in South Carolina when 20% of their gas tax dollars go into a mass transit fund that these rural folks get exactly zero benefit from. Our environmental laws have to be rewritten. It takes 10 years to get a road permitted and built. The rest of the world is laughing at us. We tie these nooses around our own neck through regulation that make us uncompetitive in the world. If we decide we're going to build a road, and if the road makes perfect sense, it still takes 10 years to get it built. The idea that anyone can pay $1,000 and file a lawsuit and stop $1 billion infrastructure project and hold it up for years with no skin in the game is absolutely insane. So, you know, there's vast areas that we can improve. And I know there are vast areas that we can agree. And I appreciate very much you holding this hearing to shine the spotlight on this issue. If we want to be competitive in the world, if we want to give American workers the best chance to compete against workers around the world, if we want our economy to remain number one and our country to remain the most competitive economy in the world, we have to look at investing in infrastructure Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, to inquire.
Yes. Mr. Lee, I'd like to draw the committee's attention to the need for investment in our freight rail network. My district in Southern California sits near the ports of LA and Long Beach, which together make up America's leading container port complex, handling 40% of the nation's imports, 60% of which move through my district in the San Gabriel Valley and then out to the rest of the nation. These numbers are only expected to increase to nearly double the current levels by 2040. And in fact, Southern California's freight transportation is amongst the most congested in the nation. And that is why in my district, the Alameda Corridor East project is responsible for constructing grade separations to facilitate the movement of all of these freight trains through a congested urban area. To date, more than 1.6 billion has been raised for the ACE program from regional, state, and federal and railroad programs and sources. However, the federal contributions stand at less than 15%, despite the national significance of goods movement along this particular corridor. So, Mr. Lee, can you discuss the importance of maintaining and improving freight rail corridors, especially those near our nation's major ports? Is this need expected to grow over this next decade? And if so, would proposals to establish a freight rail trust fund help meet those projected needs? Could you discuss some of the proposals to finance such a trust fund?
Thank you for the question. We definitely need to have a seamless transportation system that really harnesses and leverages every mode available to move both people and goods. That is really a must, in the global economy. And the state DOTs are already working very closely with our private sector partners that own and operate much of our freight rail network. And a great example is that Title 23 for highway programs. There is a Section 130 program that invests in highway rail grade crossings to improve safety. And that is funded out of the Highway Trust Fund. It's our perspective, I think, from the state DOTs that rather than carving out another limited purpose account and adding it to the trust fund, we would prefer that we increase eligibility under the existing core formula programs if there is a clear nexus to public benefit.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'd like to actually turn the topic to climate change and having a bill that works towards a clean economy. California is leading the way to reconcile our infrastructure needs with the needs to reduce carbon emissions. And Dr. Fischer, as an expert in bonds and so forth, our state of California established a Green Bond Development Committee in 2018. And in fact, the two large state employee pension funds are presently investing in the green bonds, which are specifically targeted at environmentally sustainable projects. So, Dr. Fischer, can you discuss the value of green bonds and the current investor demand for these green bonds? Is there anything the federal government could do to encourage the increase of the use of green bonds?
Thank you for the question. There are green bonds, which in the vernacular simply clean up the environment, and there are certified green bonds, which entities identify as green. Most of the municipal bond market, as you can imagine, is pretty green, but they're not certified. It costs money to do that, and the issuers have to engage in that. There's plenty of demand for it. On a cost basis to the issuer, there's some empirical evidence indicating that it reduces their costs some, although it varies across the bonds. With regard to the federal government, I think that, and this is a personal opinion, that it would be good to have the federal government be willing to certify that the bonds are green, so that the issuers, both private entities, corporations, and municipalities can simply submit to the federal government, get a certification. Once they're certified as green, then they're eligible for green funds and green investments and green of all of it.
So you would recommend the certification system, because I heard that we have to be careful not to greenwash by applying a green label just to any kind of
No,
bond.
that is correct. You have to, in a certain sense, be honest.
Then, thank you for that, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the other gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for joining us here today. I'm pleased that our committee has remained committed to having a productive, though sometimes tough, discussion on how to craft a robust infrastructure funding plan for our country. I represent a district in Southern California, and Southern California faces many unique issues when it comes to its infrastructure needs. But part of the problem is universal to everybody on this committee, and that is, where are we going to get the money? How do we pay for it? But in Los Angeles County, time and time again, voters have been willing to put a little extra skin in the game. We've voted ourselves several sales tax increases to fund overdue transportation projects when federal funding hasn't come through or has come up short. And why do we do this in Southern California? Because people are tired of sitting in traffic. They're tired of their kids being diagnosed with asthma from breathing in smog from idling traffic. And they're tired of inadequate public transportation alternatives that don't get them to where they need to go. Now, with the Olympics coming to our region in 2028, we're bracing for a record strain on our airports, roads, and public transit system. And in anticipation, we've stepped up yet again, passing Measure M funding to meet our local side of the challenge. But it's past time for the federal government to put its fair share of skin in the game. We need to complete these projects to put our best foot forward for the safety and security of this worldwide event. But many of these projects were long deserving of federal funding before we even found out that we'd be hosting the Olympics. That's because the scale of our population and our region's importance for trade means that we consistently earn high scores in benefit cost analysis. Yet it often feels like I spend a significant amount of time begging the federal government that I am elected to represent for scraps to help my communities piece together funding for projects. Communities shouldn't have to beg. We are long overdue for increasing the size of the federal pot for these projects. We can't have a first world economy if we have a third world infrastructure. Mr. Lee, the themes in your statement jumped out at me in particular. Can you please spend a few minutes elaborating on ways the federal government can build upon the substantial state and local investment in transportation, and what the return on investment is when federal dollars are spent in that way?
Thank you for the question. At the end of the day, the impact of federal transportation investment is going to be felt by the local residents in every community and every state. And as I mentioned earlier, and as you have mentioned in your own region as well, states and regions are willing to step up their game. They are finding ways to raise transportation revenues. And for them, it is not easy either. It requires sometimes many tries to get across the finish line. But it is able to get done, but at the same time, as I mentioned earlier as well, when you're looking at a very comprehensive kind of investment puzzle that requires all the pieces to be aligned just perfectly for it to really advance, the federal portion of that is absolutely fundamental, absolutely crucial. That's why we have a mature transportation infrastructure that we have today. I know that we've compared ourselves to other nations like China and India that are trying to catch up to where we are. But we've had this heritage of investment, and we must absolutely maintain that going forward.
I just want to posit a question to you. I hear sometimes from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, why should their constituents bear a burden for projects that are not going to benefit them? And, Port of Los Angeles, San Pedro, imports about a third of all the goods that come into the United States. If we had better infrastructure that would allow those goods to be transported at cheaper costs, and that lowers the cost of goods for everyone, isn't it true that they reap a benefit even though the project may not be in their backyard?
That's a great question, and if I can draw back to what Mr. Gribben was saying earlier, if you look at it at a project level basis, the beneficiaries are going to be very limited and defined. You have to take a step back and look at a programmatic basis that covers all the projects, all the different needs that are out there. I would venture to compare, investment in transportation infrastructure as a public good similar to, say, national defense. If somebody says, look, as an individual or as a group, I need a little bit less of national defense than others, That's not how it works. That's not how a national program, a program of investing in transportation that's been enshrined in the Constitution works. It's a public good that's, responsible for funding by everybody.
Finally, I will submit a question for you to answer in writing because I'm running out of time, but I am very interested in a discussion on the impacts of infrastructure and transportation beyond modes of transport, but how it impacts, for example, the health of children in the region. But I will submit that in writing, and I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Let me call upon the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you'll be very excited I have a chart.
We're surprised.
It's an internal joke. And Mr. Chairman, you early on in your opening statement mentioned the concept of dynamic scoring. There's a number of us who have a fascination and willingness to help you on that, but some of us also believe inputs of timing, length of permitting, other things also have to be properly scored to actually really understand prioritization of where capital should go. And forgive me, I'm going to ramble just for a second and then actually ask for some honest input. What is infrastructure? You know, we have this conversation, we're discussing the financing mechanisms. I used to be a large county treasurer and did hundreds of defeasances and other things over time, and we tried to get our capital stacks as healthy as possible for our taxing districts, and there's been actually a couple ideas here where I think we could come together and make it work. We've also tried to have discussions of could we find any capital streams, income streams that we could do attached bonds, whether it be an energy lease here or some type of severance over here, and attach that revenue stream so it's not on the general tax population as just a cash flow. So far, that's actually been shockingly hard to find here in the federal government because it appears we found one that had been bonded 3 times for different projects, and they all didn't seem to know about each other. You've probably run into that as bond counsel saying that's already been pledged. So 2 concepts I want to throw. First one is, what is infrastructure? I have a paper buried in a binder somewhere in my office from a few years ago talking that for the Phoenix area, data turns out could be one of the most powerful things we could do to move traffic. When you know this school lets out at this time, when you know a fire truck or ambulance has been dispatched here, when you know a water main is broken over here, that the stoplights synchronized, that the information to hopefully the coming smart vehicles is synchronized, the on-ramps onto the freeways. How do we open up our minds that it's laying asphalt and concrete, but it's also the infrastructure of information that moves that traffic through, in our case, a very large urban area. So I beg of us in this room that when we think about infrastructure, it needs to be a discussion of what makes us more productive, what makes us healthier, what makes traffic, give that time back out of traffic. The other thing I really want to touch on, and our expert here from New Jersey and others, so we just had a freeway open in the Phoenix area 25 years ago. I remember was the first design proposals on it. It took 25 years. Here's one that I'm hoping a few in the room who care about green energy care about. The largest wind project in our hemisphere is in New Mexico, is coming online in New Mexico, largest in the entire hemisphere. For 15 years, they've been struggling to get the permitting to move the power from the largest wind farm that's coming online in our hemisphere, and they still don't have it. So they're at 15 years. I've actually had discussions with folks who've been, part of the investment groups that have invested in this, saying, if we knew then what we know now, we would never invest in this. What happens when calcified permitting mechanisms are one of your greatest threats to green energy? Because the reason they want to do this wind farm and move this line all the way through Arizona to California is apparently the amount of wind that's produced here is necessary for California to hit its 100% goal. Yet, it's 15 years and they still don't have their permits yet. President Obama took a run at this of trying to find a way to do a consolidated permitting process where state, local, tribal, federal, military, others come together, and it's almost a single point of permitting, and it collapsed. It fell apart. Turns out there's multiple clean energy projects in the West right now that cannot get financed because they can't demonstrate how they can deliver their electrons to the markets that actually want it. So it's great we're having a discussion about financing, but if you can't get the permits, you don't get the financing. In many ways, we may actually have to either come up with a unified theory here or get our ducks in a row and fix the permitting process. And I use my 5 minutes because I know New Jersey has a couple great stories of just the calcified permitting process of taking decades for something that the community actually agreed upon. Let's stop feeding the lawyers and start feeding our power system with clean energy.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, to inquire.
Thank you so much, and this has been a great hearing, and I just want to thank all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for really leading into improving our infrastructure, something that I think that's going to enhance our economic development as well as our just well-being in terms of housing, lead, the environment, which leads to my very first question. I'm concerned because we talk an awful lot about transportation issues and not enough about the other kinds of infrastructure improvements. And it's hard enough we're having great debates over raising the gas tax and other sort of instruments. So I am wondering, with regard to lead remediation and other things, whether or not you think that maybe I'm asking Ms. Cantor this question, our low-income housing tax credits, our new market tax credits, some of the other tax credits we have, what can we do to enhance these instruments to make sure that they're more facile for those kinds of developments?
Actually, I think that they probably are pretty facile for renovation and rehabilitation projects, which is where you're doing that lead remediation. Especially with the historic tax credit, that lets us take on the old buildings that have the most lead in them. But what those programs do have in common is that they're for the very large renovations. Exactly. So you couldn't go in and do just a few lead pipes or just the lead, you have to be doing a large comprehensive redevelopment. Okay. I think you would need a different type of instrument altogether to get into a very small targeted project.
Thank you. So let me ask Mr. Fischer. I was really fascinated by your written testimony where you talked about a lot of public policy that has been deliberately trying to reduce the municipal bond market. And you said that investors, would really adjust to our public policy and invest based on what we do. So I'm asking you in the context of stuff that we have done, like Ms. Sewell brought up, eliminating the advance credits and not eliminating the financial guarantee insurance, some things that I also am working with the committee to try to remedy. How would sort of fixing these things enhance our ability to use taxable bonds?
It's really tax exempt and taxable bonds. We're really talking about constraints on financing by state and local government. And as the Congress raises the number of constraints and reduces their flexibility, the states and local governments find that their cost of capital for a wide range of projects goes up. And we find that the primary source of infrastructure financing the state and local level is the municipal bond market, and it is not incidental that the market has been shrinking and our investment in infrastructure has been falling. So
thank you. So we're messing up with our so-called good public policy, and are these fixes that we need to attend to right away? the advance refunding, and I have a bill that I'm working on with Mr. Smith, financial guarantee insurance, restoring that. Would that help?
Yes, that would help.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Young one thing. I'm really interested in technology that enables vehicles to exchange information with infrastructure. Do you think that this will be helpful with climate change initiatives as well as increasing economic opportunities?
Anything that we can make more efficient in terms of how we utilize our scarce resources, and transportation infrastructure is certainly one of them. Absolutely. There's currently a debate going on right now to reallocate portion of the spectrum away from transportation connectivity purposes to improve safety, where vehicles can talk to each other and to the infrastructure to be able to see around the corner that you can't otherwise see and anticipate obstacles along the way. The FCC would take away more than half of that band away from transportation, and we absolutely would not like to see that happen and preserve that 75 megahertz band for transportation safety.
And we all want to be able to see around corners. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me call upon the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Mr. Schweikert, I too was a county treasurer for 13 years. Unlike Mr. Schweikert, I promised to never bring a board to this hearing. I do enjoy his presentations. We have that in common. But I would like to explore a couple of areas. In that role, and I spent 32 years in local government. I was actually 18 years old when I was elected, so nobody do the math.
Oh, my God.
I was involved in lots of different financings, and particularly as county treasurer and sort of the founder of the modern land bank concept, I worked on redevelopment financing quite a bit, using new market tax credits, low-income housing tax credits, brownfield financing, historic renovation, layering those financings, always financing against value that we, through the investment, would create and then recover as a source of repayment. And what I'm trying to get my head around, and I would ask perhaps Dr. Fischer and Ms. Cantor to briefly comment, and others may as well if we have time, is whether there is a way for us to get to scale on this issue of infrastructure, more broadly defined than just transportation infrastructure, but all of the deficits we have in the built environment, that we seem to fall into sort of a chicken and egg trap here. We know it creates value. I mean, the work that was done by Moody's Analytics in 2010, talking about the value and return on public investment of infrastructure. For every dollar, it's $1.57 that comes back. Is there a way we can internalize those downstream positive externalities as a source of repayment for the cost of the investment, the way many of us used tax increment financing or other methods to create value that we can then capture to help defray the cost, maybe not all, but as portion of the costs associated with that investment?
Your question is, your question is a good one. It's really a question of providing legal mechanisms to assign revenues for benefits. We do some of that already, but I think we can take a look at ways to enhance that.
I think it's an excellent question. Thank you. With regard to the benefits, many of them are not going to accrue back to the project itself. So providing affordable housing that keeps people able to.
That's the very point that I was trying to drive at, is that we often try to create every investment as if it's a transaction that by itself has to create a revenue stream that's directly tied to it, rather than capturing all the positive externalities. I did a financing when I was doing land bank work that was a scattered site, cross-collateralized, brownfield TIF financing. I mean, I love that stuff. But what it did was it allowed us to capture all the positive externalities associated with cleaning up brownfields, because there was an economic benefit that came from that that wasn't necessarily going to be realized in the transactional cost or the proceeds from the sale of the property, but from increased tax revenues that would generate from property going from being fallow and actually having a negative impact on local government costs to actually being a positive generator, and just being able to peg to that increased revenue, although it may come from over here, the cost of defraying a borrowing to clean up the mess in the first place, to me, just seems like such a logical way for us to approach this issue of infrastructure. And I hope we could do that. One other thing I want to just quickly comment on. Even in the best case scenario, there are many communities that are in need of significant infrastructure investment for which low-cost debt is simply not enough. We have to recognize that there are chronically depressed communities, I represent Flint, that in no way, shape, or form are going to be able to recover from ratepayers or taxpayers the cost of making sure we have water systems that are delivering clean water. We've got to be able to provide something that is big and robust and is a direct subsidy that does not necessarily require repayment. I've exhausted my time. I thank the chairman and I thank all the panel members. This is an excellent panel, and I look forward to further discussion. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Wolarski, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I, too, want to add my unanimous interest. And I think what we've heard today is such a unanimity of interest here in financing an infrastructure project and doing it bipartisan and getting it done and investing in our communities. And I think I want to add to that as well that there's a lot of different ways to do this. And I think that one of the things that we've heard today and one of the values of this kind of a hearing is the give and take back and forth on potential solutions that, we may not all agree on, but if we continue to work this, which I hope we do, that we will find a way that we will agree on it. And I can't thank you enough for the expertise that you've all brought. I mean, Mr. Lee, with your stats that you brought were fascinating, and the bits and pieces that you all bring are really fascinating. So I do believe that we can come to a solution using lots of different kinds of options, not one size fits all kind of a thing. However, I do believe this government has to be able to show that those tax dollars, no matter where they come from, what they are, because they're all coming out of people's pockets, that they have to be used for infrastructure, spent wisely, and cannot be rated. And I think that we can look no farther than my own state. CNBC rated Indiana's infrastructure as first in the nation and consistently in the top 3. So I have to stop here one second. Even though my colleague, Mr. Pasquarello, is not here, I have to take a second and correct the record. In the state of Indiana, I don't know what news he was reading, listening to, or being fed from somebody, but I can assure you in the state of Indiana, when the P3 he was referring to, I was there during that time, cast a vote, and it runs right through my district, right through my hometown. And I can assure you, Indiana never paid any money back. That P3 was so successful in our state, it opened a gateway to economic development that has been second to none, and that's why we rule and reign in transportation in our great state. So I hope he gets that message. Anyway, so I will just tell you.
I have a feeling he will.
I will just tell you, thanks, Mr. Chairman, that one of the reasons why Indiana is rated by CNBC one of the top places in infrastructure is because we were willing to look at consistent kinds of traditional ways of financing, and we were also willing to look outside of the box at what else can we do. And we led the nation with that P3. Is P3 the answer for every single thing? Can it create an infrastructure? No. But when you look at these options and look at them together, I can tell you it paid off for our state, and our state has done a phenomenal. But what our state has done is kept the bond with the taxpayer, and they've made sure that money that was put aside is not touched except for those infrastructure kind of projects. So I do believe we can find a bipartisan plan. I do have a question, Mr. Lee. When we talked about originally, and you were doing your presentation, you mentioned the freight VMT, which I'm interested in, and we've looked at that in a variety of ways as well. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more, pros and cons on what you've seen and what your opinion is of VMT?
Absolutely. So we had developed this matrix of illustrative surface transportation revenue options. That was one of the slides. Had 38 different things on it. And over the years, we've heard, look, what are the real answers? There's a lot of kind of the menu options there, but what would really work? And our board of directors, they are CEOs of state DOTs typically appointed by the governor. One former, one my boss, Brandy Hendrickson, former Indiana DOT commissioner, is sitting back there as well. But they collectively took a hard vote last year where they endorsed 4 specific revenue options to fix the Federal Highway Trust Fund. One was motor fuel tax increase and indexing, so for both gas and diesel taxes. 2 was an upstream version of that fee, but looking at a per barrel oil level. The 3rd was some sort of a freight user fee, given the increasing share of freight movement on our overall national network. And then the 4th one was a long-term transition to a mileage-based user fee, or commonly known as vehicle miles traveled fee. A truck-based VMT kind of straddles the last 2 specific mechanisms that I mentioned, but it's something that probably requires a little more investigation.
I appreciate it. And again, I think it's interesting when you look at, for example, our state as a model of the different kinds of financing options available. I do believe, especially because here we are, we're in an election year, but we're early in the year, and I think that it's goodwill on this committee right now to be talking about this so that we can put together something that the American taxpayer can rely on, and that we can get away from the debt and the crisis we're running into when it comes to transportation funding. So thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the gentlelady, let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, to inquire.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think that this is one of the most significant days that we can have here in this committee and the House of Representatives. This is, if not the most important, I think one of the most important national priorities. I felt the same some months ago when we had the head of organized labor and the head of the Chamber of Commerce sitting where the witnesses are sitting, shoulder to shoulder, urging Congress to finally get together and address our infrastructure needs. Just some basic statistics kind of on the why. U.S. infrastructure used to be the envy of the world, the backbone of the U.S. economy. Today, the United States faces the largest infrastructure gap in the world, $2 trillion by 2025. You're probably also aware of the ASCE report card, which gives our nation's infrastructure a D+. Now, let me offer for everyone, but most especially my colleagues, some hope. In Pennsylvania, while these are obviously national issues, in Pennsylvania, my home state, they've been more acute than possibly any other state in the country, so much so that when 60 Minutes wanted to highlight the crumbling state of America's infrastructure, this was about 4 or 5 years ago, actually I think a little bit more, the state they came to was Pennsylvania. They went to Pittsburgh to show the number of bridges that were structurally deficient, more in Pennsylvania than any other state in the country. And then they came actually to my district, under I-95, which was crumbling. So this is a national issue, but it's more acute, I'm afraid to say, in my older state than almost any other in the country. However, that spurred action in the state legislature. A bipartisan group of us helped pass, about 6 years ago, helped pass Act 89. I happen to have been the very final speaker in support and helped with the whip operation, where it passed, by the way, by just a few votes in the State House. That helped finance 1,600 miles of paved Pennsylvania roads and the reconstruction of 83 bridges in the first year alone. And by the way, also probably of interest to my colleagues, even though it was controversial, and yes, there were revenue enhancements, not one member of the legislature who voted for it lost re-election. Not one Democrat, not one Republican. So the reality is, if we bite the bullet and do the right thing, the American people will reward such action. Now let me just address, there's so many different aspects to infrastructure. Let me just address two sort of pet projects of mine and get your opinion on them. First is a very minor but important piece of legislation that I've been working on, which would create tax credits to retrofit historic buildings so they become energy efficient. Retrofitting of any public buildings is important to bring them up to energy efficiency for both environmental and economic reasons. But the cost for historic buildings, because of the need to preserve the historic nature of the building, makes it infinitely more complex and more expensive. So creating a tax credit program for this I think is warranted. The other is, and I know that that's to date not part of the proposal that was made today, but we need to include rehabilitation of schools with dangerous conditions. In my city of Philadelphia right now, there are 5 schools closed because of asbestos. And I suspect that we are only at the beginning of this story. So making sure that we rebuild our public facilities, including our schools, and those that have dangerous conditions is important. Now, Ms. Cantor, in the time I have remaining, I did want to ask you about tax credit-driven investments. I mentioned my idea, the first one on retrofitting historic buildings. I was wondering what you thought about that and any guidance that you can offer and how that would be structured.
I think it's an excellent proposal, and thank you for the question. I would think about having it be something that could work for buildings that are currently owned and occupied, as well as the renovation of formerly vacant buildings, so that it did not have to be tied to an overall restoration project the way the existing preservation credit does.
Right.
That, or you could just make it an increase to the existing preservation project and have a larger credit amount for those projects that are taking on an energy efficiency project as part of the renovation. That might be a very simple way to do it without having to have a separate financial instrument created. I think it might be difficult to come into an existing occupied building with a separate credit.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, to inquire.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you all for sitting through a long afternoon with us. I want to heartily associate myself with the comments of my friend from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, and just be on record for the largest gas tax increase that our public will support. I had the benefit of living in Switzerland for 4 years, and I would drive my daughter 90 minutes every morning to her school in Neuchâtel, so I got to fill my gas tank a lot on my lovely Volvo, and it was $8 a gallon. It was a $4 a gallon gas tax. They also had the most beautiful highways. They have more miles of tunnel than any country in the world, even though it's smaller than Iowa. They have a 35-mile tunnel that's just finishing right now through the mountains. People rode trains and bikes and famous for walking. It was just, took a while to get used to, but the impact on the infrastructure was enormous. Mr. Blumenauer talks about 400 hearings in a row without an infrastructure hearing. Why so long? Because no one Democrat or Republican likes to vote for a revenue increase. We're always afraid of what's going to happen. And yet, as the IRS says, taxes are the price we pay for civilization. And I agree with my friend, Mr. Boyle. I think we give the voters way too little credit. That, for example, Republican Governor Bob McDonnell in Virginia a few years ago led the fight for a gas tax increase and a transportation package in Virginia. And to the best of my knowledge, no one lost a general election because of that. There may have been a Republican that lost a primary because of it, but I'm not sure. So I think we need to be much braver because the payoff, as we have heard from everybody, Democrat or Republican, is so much better. I'd also like to just respectfully disagree with my friend from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, that getting rid of the 20% set aside for transit would be an awful decision for our highway, surface highway stuff. If you get rid of the transit funding, the highway deficit will explode for everything else. Maybe not in rural South Carolina, but in Northern Virginia, where, by the way, the lion's share of those revenues come from. Just try to imagine getting into the city without metro. Can you imagine the exploding highway needs of the economic engines of our economy, of our country? Boston, New York, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Atlanta. It wouldn't eliminate the trust fund gap. It would exponentially balloon it to the largest it's ever been. Mr. Lee, what are your thoughts on a national infrastructure bank? And specifically, how do we use whatever insufficient revenue we raise from a new revenue source? How do we leverage it? How do we take advantage of the historically low interest rates?
There are many ways to draw large upfront capital. We've done it, obviously, traditionally through the tax-exempt bond market. We're seeing more of it in terms of private equity coming in through P3s. There are many ways to get about it, but as Mr. Gribben mentioned earlier, we in the transportation sector, I think, are actually very fortunate to have very robust set of options. The TIFIA credit program, for $1 of federal subsidy, it supports up to $14 or $15 of loan disbursements. That is quite a leverage. But TIFIA has closed upon maybe 3 to 5 loans. One of them is a very significant one, I-66 outside the Beltway, absolutely. But there still are not enough viable projects that fit the profile that TIFIA loans can provide, even with very attractive options compared to the commercial market.
Would a national infrastructure bank change that dynamic?
It would. I can see it increasing the different asset classes, being able to access the similar kinds of subsidy support that the TIFIA provides exclusively to transportation community. But I can't speak for beyond transportation other than that for transportation, we already have a lot of financing tools. It again goes back to lack of sufficient revenue stream to support those tools.
We have often heard that P3s as the silver bullet that's going to solve all our problems. And you also read that it's 3 to 5% of the total projects. In Metro DC, we have the hot lanes, which are remarkable, and the Dulles Toll Road, the Greenway, which again is first private toll road in 100 years. But Dr. Fischer, what can we do with all the cash that's sitting on the sideline worldwide, a glut of available assets, to make P3s more attractive, to get the return high enough to actually attract the capital?
P3s have been with us for about 200 years in the financing public projects in the United States. They definitely have their role, but it's really project by project, and I think that some facility to improve the negotiation in the process may be helpful, and that may be a role for government.
Mr. Chair, my time's up. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, to inquire.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and Ranking Member Brady for putting on this hearing today. Obviously, it's very important. It's very relevant to this issue of public policy, and I want to thank the witnesses for your valuable testimony in being here today. My district in West Central Illinois is kind of a poster child for infrastructure. I represent 19 counties. And whether it's roads and bridges or it's rail, I have the Mississippi River and the Illinois River that run through my district, so locks and dams are important, and transit in the cities that I represent. And I think it's good news. We've heard a lot today on both sides of the aisle about agreement on the country's infrastructure. And of course, figuring out how you pay for it is the answer we're trying to get to on all of this. And a multifaceted approach, I think, has to be the policy we engage in, and we've heard about public-private partnerships and vehicle miles traveled and user fees and indexing the gas tax. And I think looking at all those is important. And obviously, we have a responsibility and an obligation on the Ways and Means Committee to address the shortfalls in the Highway Trust Fund. The Congressional Budget Office projects shortfalls beginning in FY21. And obviously, there's many reasons for this. The motor fuel taxes have not been raised in 25 years. Fuel economy standards have increased. And not all users pay into the Highway Trust Fund for a variety of reasons, including going to electric and non-fossil fueled vehicles. But the bottom line is that the Highway Trust Fund is broke, and we need to figure out a way to fix that. Having said that, when we talk about indexing the gas tax, and I don't want to get into a Republican or Democrat issue on this. I think we're close to 30 states now that have raised the gas tax. I think well over 20 of those have been Republican governors in Indiana and Iowa and Michigan that have stepped up, Ohio, to raise the gas tax. And so, they obviously have looked at it and figured out the way to do it. In Illinois, we put a measure on the ballot a couple years ago that said, if you knew the money was going into a lockbox and only spent on roads and bridges and infrastructure, would you support it? Well, overwhelmingly they did. And so when we look at how do we assure the public, because many of my constituents are very dubious of the federal government taking more of their money, going into a big black hole, and never being spent on infrastructure. And I think we have, again, a responsibility to assure the public on how to do that in a responsible way, and I think that will give us more, give us a better ability to get something done on infrastructure. Mr. Gribben, I was going to ask you if you have any comments on that, on how we should address that.
Yeah, no, I think that's, thank you, Congressman, and appreciate your family's commitment to infrastructure. That is an excellent question, and one of the reasons why the administration supported funding and incentive program to help state and local governments that were increasing revenue streams for infrastructure is exactly the dynamic you talked about. I think the public is very skeptical of sending dollars very far away to have them come back. Virginia has created 2 different tax districts, one here in Northern Virginia, one in Hampton Roads area. Very, very successful, generating a lot of revenue. So I think when you think about infrastructure, yes, the Highway Trust Fund is important, but it's actually a relatively small component of infrastructure as a whole. If we think more about total investment in infrastructure, what can the federal government do to incentivize that pie to grow? It's really more about stimulating and overcoming political opposition at the state and local level than it is about generating new federal revenue.
Gotcha. Thank you. Let me just switch. When we talk about electric vehicles, from the standpoint of how do we fairly and appropriately assess the responsibility of those users of the road, can you give me your thoughts on that, Mr. Gribben?
Yes, a number of states actually have put in registration fees for electric vehicles, which is perfectly appropriate. I think one would argue those are set relatively low, if that's fair, Mr. Lee, that based upon how much gas they would spend otherwise. That's a nice first step. Obviously, if you move towards user fees, tolling, vehicle miles traveled, those issues wash away, and people, regardless what type of vehicle you're driving, you're paying the same per mile charge.
And how do you think we are making progress on the concerns about privacy as it relates to vehicles miles traveled?
Technology is catching up with that. So 2 factors. One, technology is getting better and allowing us to determine what fees are owed without violating privacy. And secondly, my kids don't seem to care about privacy. So I think culturally, we are changing in a manner where probably in the not too distant future, people will be less fussed about that.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me call upon the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An organization I work with closely called Project Home has a saying, none of us are home until all of us are home. I want to repeat that. None of us are home until all of us are home. Ms. Kander, you mentioned in your written testimony there are 2 types of credits. The 4% credit that accompany tax-exempt private activity bonds, and the 9% credit which states can compete for an annual basis. What are your thoughts on fixing the credit at 4% while either removing the value cap on private activity bonds or allowing or explaining expiring cap funds to go into a pool for the use of other projects?
I think both of those proposals would be tremendously helpful to the cause of building a sufficient supply of affordable housing so that everybody could be at home. And thank you very much for that question. The 4% credit is basically tied to the federal cost of borrowing. It's a credit that's taken over 10 years, and it's discounted back to yield something that is supposed to approximate 30% of project costs. But with interest rates being so low, it's not 4% anymore. It's much lower. It's closer to 3%. And so if we knew that 4% was the floor, we would have a significantly higher raise of selling the credits associated with any one project, and we would also have certainty about what the credit was going to be as projects are going to get developed. They wouldn't have to wait and see how much their credit would actually be depending on where interest rates were when their project went to close. So that
So you think it's a good idea?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
And can you call the Secretary of Treasury and tell him that? I think it's a good idea. Dr. Fischer, can you respond to that one about that idea?
I would say that increasing the certainty of the cash flows will reduce the costs.
Right, okay. I think, Ms. Giz, you have some thoughts about that one, locking the credit interest rate in? You have no thoughts on that?
No, I will leave that to the bond experts on the panel.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask this then to Ms. Cannon. Developer Trump took an old hotel and a post office and converted it to be a hotel. Used the historical tax credit, which came about in 1986. President Reagan, Speaker, which we should all know, all politics is local. Why can't we use that historical tax credit to convert public school buildings, renovate them and upgrade them the same way?
The tricky part of doing that, and it's a wonderful proposal, is that the buildings would have to be privately owned. And so a long-term lease by a governmental or nonprofit entity would not work with the historic tax credits. Now, some changes to the tax credit statute could allow something like that to be done. And
So it
I
can
think
be
it's
done.
a wonderful question. It can't be done right now without a legislative fix to the way the program is restricted, but it's a wonderful idea to tapping the credit to use for public school buildings.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm stating is if the President of the United States, when he was a developer, was able to take an old post office building and convert it to be a hotel, and in the city of Philadelphia, we have school buildings 70, 80 years old, and we need to get these buildings renovated. So why not something like, we should experiment. I've heard on this committee, we should try new ideas. What's wrong with trying an idea like that?
Nothing at all. It's a wonderful idea.
Okay, you, Dr. Fisher, you have any thoughts on that?
I defer to my colleague.
Okay, I really appreciate that. One last question, I'm gonna go to Mr. Lee regarding transportation. I used to be on the largest transit authority in the city of Philadelphia in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Moved something like 4 million people. There, just one of my colleagues was saying about rural, there's 70 transit authorities in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and there's only 2 large ones in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. The rest are for rural, right? So can you speak to the issue about the investment into mass transit and the importance of it is to our economy?
Absolutely. So states are actually the second largest contributors to invest in our nation's public transportation infrastructure. So it actually puts more money in than the federal government. And while the local authorities tend to focus in the larger metropolitan areas, state DOTs support transit in rural populations. That is absolutely critical link for any of the life's needs in terms of access to employment, medical. It would absolutely be, fundamental to, way of living in rural communities to have that state's support for public transportation.
Thank you. You're back to balance my time. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Let me call upon the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to thank all of our witnesses. I know it's a long afternoon. We appreciate you staying here. We appreciate your input and insights. And this is, and we've heard this today, it's an issue that I think you can bring broad bipartisan support together for investing in our infrastructure. We've talked about the fact that our infrastructure has a D+ grade. It is not where any of us want it to be, that we have generations now of failure to invest in maintaining our infrastructure. We've heard today that it's complicated in many aspects, how we finance it, what decisions we make to do with it. We heard my colleague from Virginia, Mr. Byer, made the important point that you can make a decision that seems simple. Let's take funding for mass transit and put it all into our roads, but the implications are going to be not what we anticipated. It's going to put more cars on our roads, increase the cost to our roads. It's not the smart thing to do. There are interconnections in all of this. For me, one of the ones that stands out as we think about it is the growing impact of climate change, the increased intensity of our storms, the frequency of those storms, the pressure it's going to have on our infrastructure, not just transportation, but waste management, stormwater management, rather. It's a real challenge. And I think the other piece of it is how do we build resiliency into our infrastructure and how do we finance that infrastructure? We have to adapt our needs, both our electrical grid, charging infrastructure, zero-emission vehicles, taking us in new directions. How do we make sure that our infrastructure is ready for that next generation? And so I guess my question, I'll start with you, Dr. Fischer. As we look at the municipal and private activity bonds as a mechanism for funding infrastructure, beyond adjusting the volume cap and tax exempt status of these bonds, how do we create incentives that provide for infrastructure resiliency?
I think the first thing that the government needs to do is to provide good and accurate information about the uncertainties involved here. The market then will price things appropriately. And I think that's one of the virtues of using a private capital market. It will actually return a number for you.
But one of the challenges, as I think about it, is markets look at return on investment, right? That's part of that mechanism that drives. drives it is, and I appreciate the emphasis on good data. Good data allows that. How do you see, and I'll put this in, that the markets, how will it factor in the measurements? If we build in resiliency, there will be savings, but it's hard to see how that gets factored in.
Then I think that what one does is to actually estimate them and provide the information, and they do get factored in. Investors are no different from any of us. They're rational individuals and institutions, and they look through the problem for the long term.
And you, in your testimony, you talked about 2 points that one gave me comfort, the other one gave me pause. The comfort is the fact you mentioned that the markets are capable of absorbing the needs we have for financing the infrastructure. But later on you said, and others, that the size of the municipal bond market has shrunk, not just relative to other markets, but in its own sense as well. What can we do to help ensure that the municipal bond market can absorb and reach the capacity we need?
It is not a matter of the market shrinking because of an inability to sell securities at fair prices. It is really the availability of the securities, and it really is a question of state and local governments committing to build out their infrastructure and to funding them. There's plenty of capital around the globe and domestically to satisfy those needs.
So if it's a supply issue, if it's the reluctance of municipalities to go to markets, is it a lack of projects? It's a lack of, part of it I'll put on Congress, our continuing resolutions make it hard for communities
I think it's a matter of the state and local governments advancing their own projects. There's plenty of projects. We drive over their projects every day. So there are plenty of things to do. I think the states have been very conservative financially, and we've seen that in a host of different fashions, but certainly one of them is their conservative approach with regard to infrastructure financing.
Well, thank you. I'm out of time. Let me just say, I look forward to working with my colleagues, with you, with our communities, to get our infrastructure to where it is reflective of the greatness of this country. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Let me recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. It's a great discussion. It's nice to see us as Americans all united on a common goal. And, we talked, I was also glad to hear about the talk of dynamic scoring, because really it's just return on investment, as Mr. Snyder just pointed out. Whether you're deciding you're going to spend money on an education or going to start a business, it's a return on investment that we need to look at, and I'm glad that we are. So I'm from Cincinnati, and we have the Brent Spence Bridge, which is I-75 and I-71. 75 runs from, Michigan down to Florida. I've seen presidents stand in front of that bridge years ago. We're going to get you a new bridge. It's fallen apart. It's fallen down. Do we have a new bridge yet? No, we don't. And we see things like the debates between Ohio and Kentucky, because it's a shared interest here. And it's over tolls. We do toll. Oh, we can't do tolls. Well, we have to do tolls if we're going to get it done. And I'll talk about that again in a minute. So we have those types of interests. In my district, it's rural as well. I've got all along southern Ohio. You have issues like broadband. I mean, I can tell you in my district, I could be driving for a half hour and go past electric cars and the Amish horses, and neither of them are paying for those roads through a gas tax, right? But that's what we have, and so we've got to really start thinking out of the box. We talked about Ohio was one of the states under Republican control, raised the gas tax, but I think the key that made it more palatable was this is money by Ohioans for Ohio. And I think that's really kind of the key. You got to invest in that local interest, and the federal gas tax doesn't get the same type of charm to it, if you will, because you don't know where the money's going to go. And I think that's a serious issue that we just have to come to grips with here, that the more it is local, the more palatable it is to our constituents. And, with the rural areas, stuff like that, it's tougher on the poor, it's tougher on the elderly. They drive older cars, not as gas efficient, and things like that. So, and they also drive further distances. And then we have environmental concerns and environmental reviews, and it's important that we do. But there's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of red tape involved with that, and I think that we need to take some time to reform our federal approvals and our permitting and things like that, and make sure that we're doing it efficiently and in a quick fashion that's fair. And kind of at the end of the day, as I'm just sitting here thinking how USMCA was signed today. And that's a bill that took a lot of work. It was a couple of years and bipartisan support. And really, I bet there at least one member from every state voted for that. And I'm just thinking in this issue, we may need some type of central leadership that can really work to where we can get all 50 states saying, this is going to work for us. And that may be the best way to go. But so going back to Brent Spence Bridge, my thought process is, especially as I started driving around DC after I got elected, like, what's this Easy Pass thing? And when I had reserve duty down in Richmond, I figured out what it was, and I said, I want that. I'm willing to pay to get home an hour sooner from Richmond on a Sunday afternoon, right? So my solution there was, well, maybe we build a bridge that has the Easy Pass option. It's got enough lanes. If you don't want to pay for it, don't pay for it, and then you maybe sit in traffic. But what I found out is I understand that the federal government imposes some restrictions on the ability of states to toll interstate highways, and that becomes a problem. Anyone, Mr. Gribben, you want to discuss that and those types of hazards, if you will?
There is a section of Title 23 called Freedom from Tolls, which prohibits the tolling of interstate projects. Then there's a whole series of exceptions and then some exceptions to those exceptions. So the bottom line is it's just a bit of a mess of law.
Okay.
I don't think that it makes sense for the federal government to prohibit states and localities from tolling interstates unless those tolls are exorbitantly expensive or unless they discriminate against out-of-state drivers, which constitutionally I don't think you can do. So it makes, to your point, makes all the sense in the world to allow communities to, especially manage lanes. We're going to offer a premium service. If people want to pay, that's voluntary. They don't have to do that. Mm-hmm. Virginia's done exceptionally well with managed lane programs. So the federal government to get out of the business of discouraging it and maybe even turn around and encouraging it would be very helpful.
Well, I mean, I think, when you get to the private entities too, in my district, we have Kenworth, they make trucks. They want to sell trucks. They want the trucking industry to grow. The trucking industry wants to grow, and they will pay the toll. They want to pay the toll. They want to be able to be more successful. So I think that would be one thing that we look into. Then the other thing, well, I don't really have time, but I just wonder if there's a little cultural mindset in some of our states that look at the federal dollars as just a bonus, and rather than, maybe they should be thinking of it as just a bonus.
Okay. Thank the gentleman.
Thank you.
With that, let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Brady, and thanks to all the witnesses for being here and lasting as long as you are. And Mr. Gribben, the fact that you made your daughter sit through this hearing, you better give her more than the credit card tonight.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was stretched quite this long, and you're right.
But seriously, thanks to all of you for being here. This is a very, very encouraging hearing, and your testimony is very encouraging to our efforts for an infrastructure package going forward. Because I have to say, when I first got into Congress in January of 2017, I was very discouraged by the fact that I did believe that putting together an infrastructure package, as you can tell, is something that is very bipartisan, but it wasn't done. And so now that we are here, I think that is something that we look forward to doing. And what I've been telling my constituents is that it's been beyond time that the feds have stepped up. When I ran for office in 2016, 3 of the 4 counties I represented voted to become self-help counties. The one county that failed, they then put it on the ballot again in 2018, and now all 4 are self-help counties to help their infrastructure. In California, where I'm from, you know that we have Prop 6, the gas tax, recently, and we actually fought back a repeal of the gas tax in 2018, or a vote to repeal the gas tax. So I think it is our turn, and so this is a big step. And obviously, as you've heard, everybody in every district is experiencing the dilapidation of certain infrastructure. And then obviously, there are certain infrastructure projects that are issues that are exacerbated by the threat of climate change. Sea level rise threatens our coastal infrastructure, and of course wildfires, as you heard from Representative Thompson, who is up in the Napa-Sonoma area. They threaten not just blackouts, those types of wildfires, but clearly death and destruction to property. And yes, we're hearing about a number of ways, a number of tools that this committee has at its disposal to help states and municipalities invest in infrastructure, making projects less costly for our localities without blowing up our deficit. We've talked about Build America bonds, construction bonds, tax credits, private activity bonds, infrastructure trust funds, infrastructure investment bank. But clearly, I do believe that we cannot do it with just deficit financing alone. And so one of the things, Ms. Gutierrez-Scaccetti, you talked about the gas tax, indexing it to inflation. But I kind of want to go a little bit further, and I haven't heard, and I apologize, I had to step out to go speak on the floor. But I also want to talk about, and I think Director Lee, you might be able to talk about this, vehicle miles traveled fees. And if you could give your opinion as to whether or not states and localities experimenting with those types of user fees for highway funding, how they're doing, and how do you feel about such technology, which we've heard over and over isn't just there yet?
So I think that today we are in a massive data collection status on the vehicle miles traveled or mileage-based user fee. And so the jury remains out if it will be successful, because it's not just the technology of collecting the miles, it's the governance of how you will disperse the revenues that come from that. And so until we can iron those things out, I don't think that we can say to you today that it is a substitute for the gas tax. Tolling is very similar to vehicle miles traveled, except it is not universal. And so it has also been successful, but again, it runs differently on a toll facility than it will ever do in a state DOT. Those are project-specific dollars. They don't necessarily broaden out to do county and municipal or fund county and municipal work. So I think that we continue to focus on the gas tax and certainly the indexing of the gas tax as what I would call a gentle but yet very impactful way to make sure that state DOTs can maintain the national infrastructure, the interstate highway system, so that it continues to be a seamless experience for our travelers.
And I would just point out that California has been a real leader in VMT development and deployment. There are also regional blocks in the western states and along the I-95 corridor in the East Coast to look at interstate compatibility as well. Taking a step at the national level will definitely take more work in terms of back office work, and as the commissioner mentioned, how do you fairly distribute the funds that are collected? But the technology really is there. It's more of a perception challenges that have to be better explained. I think Oregon has been a real leader over the years on having different options. You can pay with just a blank or just a check that doesn't track any miles. But if you were to go to the GPS model, then you only really pay for the public miles traveled in Oregon as opposed to private lands or out of state. So it's a very accurate tracking mechanism to collect the revenues based on use.
Thanks to all the witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Murphy, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for joining us today. I'd also like to recognize Ms. Gutierrez-Scaccetti, who spent time in and around my district in Central Florida while serving as the CEO of Florida's Turnpike Enterprise. I'm really glad to hear from panelists who understand the impact of crumbling and underfunded infrastructure on everyday Americans. And yet here we're discussing this issue from the comfort of a committee room in Washington, D.C., while my constituents are having to live it. Right now, they're probably at a standstill on I-4 rush hour traffic as construction buzzes all around them. And they're waiting in Florida sun for a Lynx bus that could take as long as 3 hours for them to get home from work. And all the while, they're raising their voices to elected officials that they need transit options to Tampa and to Miami that saves time and frustration. And to make matters worse, my constituents also face the most severe affordable housing shortage in the country, yet another outcome of underfunded infrastructure in the United States. So on the one hand, Central Florida is booming. We have 1,500 people moving to our region every week. By 2030, new residents will have grown our current population of 4.3 million to 5.2 million people. Plus, Orlando gets more visitors than any other city in the country, over 70 million a year. So, and then on the other hand, we have major capacity challenges that cannot be ignored. So how will 5.2 million people fit on our already congested highways and infrequent transit networks? The time to act is now, and before the need becomes so drastic and the costs continue to rise. And while everyone might agree on the problem, we've had the same sticking point for years, and that's how do we pay for major infrastructure investment that this country so desperately needs? And we on the Ways and Means Committee are responsible for creating that kind of revenue. We have to do our jobs and reach bipartisan agreement on how to invest for the next century of workers and families. So I hope to hear from you about 4 particular programs, if we can do them kind of quickly. Ms. Cantor, the low-income housing tax credit has been used to incentivize more affordable housing in a market with skyrocketing rent rates. So LIHTC provides private investors a tax credit to construct or rehabilitate affordable rental housing. Can you elaborate on how this would be crucial in addressing the affordable housing crisis, and what would it look like in practice? How do we make it better?
I think the credit is very well understood by the market, and I really appreciate your asking about that in particular, so thank you. It's a mature program. There are investors that have a demand to buy this credit. The only trouble with the program is there simply isn't enough of it. I think that is the simple change. Otherwise, it's a wonderful program that works, but it is so scarce. To my point, in Massachusetts, 4 times the projects as have available credits apply every year. And I would imagine the situation is very similar in Florida. So those projects have to keep applying year after year. That's years of waiting. That's years without that affordable housing. But the program itself works. Fixing the 4% credit at a flat rate of 4% so that it doesn't vary would bring more certainty and is a way of bringing more credits. Great. But increasing the 9% availability, doubling it, you can't have too much of the credit because not too much housing will ever get built because it is a private investment in those projects. And so there's enough participation in the underwriting that you have certainty that you will not have a glut or an oversupply.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez-Scaccetti, public-private partnerships directed private investment to the I-4 Ultimate project, a key east-west highway in my area. I'm told the private investment made the project viable and cut construction times in half. However, I'll have to tell you today, while I'm glad I-4 Ultimate is moving forward, I'm really concerned about the delays and the safety of the traveling public as this project is being implemented. You've noted in your testimony that there are cases where P3s work and where they don't work. Can you talk about how the federal government can be a better partner in encouraging good P3 projects and providing oversight on the existing ones?
So I think to a large extent, you do that today through FHWA. We have regional districts across the country where FHWA provides that oversight with us because there are still federal dollars involved. So I think there's a good oversight structure today. The I-4 project I'm very familiar with, as my first residence was in Longwood, so as they said, I lived the dream every morning. They're not the easiest to manage. That is a very difficult area to build that project because of the number of visitors you have traveling into Orlando from all over the world. And so it is a difficult project. It's got a lot of safety concerns that will be remedied. But I think overall it was the right mechanism to get that project done quickly. And quickly is, again, maybe 7-8 years, right? We talked about that. But it was over $2 billion. Florida on its own could never have funded that just through its own revenue base, even with the Highway Trust Fund.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I recognize I'm out of time, but I'd like to submit my questions to the witnesses on the federal excess tax on heavy-duty trucks as well as private activity bonds. Thank you.
So ordered. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, is recognized to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And today's discussion has been very productive and very interesting. As a new member of this committee, I've learned a lot just listening to your input. So thank you, panelists and colleagues, for your comments. I'm very pleased with the economic growth as a result of a more competitive tax code. As we've reduced unnecessary regulations and unleashed the greater potential of our economy, and we all should cheer that as Americans. I think it's appropriate we had this hearing today on the heels of the signing of this America First new and improved trade deal with our largest and most important trading partners in Canada and Mexico. And so if you add Japan to that and the trade deal on tariffs, lowering tariffs there, and the phase one in China, the future looks brighter. And the pastures look greener for my farmers. And we need to make sure that the infrastructure accommodates this growth and fosters even greater growth in the future. And that's a responsibility I think the federal government has. Lots of specific questions and the devil's in the details, but I think we have a constitutional responsibility to promote economic activity and interstate commerce. And I live in what some people refer to as flyover country. Now that's not a compliment, but if they look down while they're flying over and saw the plows, cows, and sows and pump jacks, they would recognize that their food doesn't just show up at the grocery store. Some hardworking farmer and rancher is producing that to feed this country. And they're also punching holes in the ground, and they're putting sticks in the ground, that's wind turbines and solar panels, and making the wheels on this economy turn. So my question to everybody, but Mr. Gribben, let me just start with you. How do we make sure we accommodate the national interest of our food, fuel, and fiber production, which gives our country energy independence and food security, which is not just economic value, but national security value?
That is a fantastic question, and it goes to the heart of, we're talking today about how do you fund the federal government's role. We haven't talked a whole lot about is what should the federal government's role be.
Yes.
So we've built the interstate, phenomenal project, that's great. The federal government obviously has a huge role when it comes to safety, huge role when it comes to standardization of signage, like the MUTCD, huge role in terms of connecting rural America. So, I mean, the question would be, listen, 1956, rural America was left out because there's no highway there. Good news, there's a highway there, but there's no broadband, right? So you don't have an information highway is kind of now bypassing these towns. So I think this is a great opportunity for Congress to step back and say, what is that role the federal government should play? Clearly, it's an important role. The federal government is a major player in infrastructure and our nation's economy. And how do we structure that for the 21st century?
So let me follow up with some more fundamental questions for a new guy on the committee. How does one, or should one, define a federally appropriate, nationally significant project? That is, I'm certain over time, just in my short time in Congress, that there's been all kinds of creep with respect to what is a federally appropriate, nationally significant. That is, what's most appropriate to spend the taxpayer monies on to connect all of us in terms of people and product moving safely and efficiently around the country?
Another great question. With all respect to the chairman, in the past it's been the project in the chairman's district was the one that was federally appropriate and really needed a lot of attention. Not to this committee, but just generally. And so that is the key question. I mean, when I was working in the White House, met with elected officials from all over the country, and every single elected official had a nationally important project in their area. Every single one. Yeah. So it becomes really hard, but I do think it's important for us, for taxpayers, to just sort of clarify for them that is what we're spending money on, and it's not being spent elsewhere.
I've got so many questions. I will not get to these questions here, but can we build in performance metrics? Are we doing that with respect, Mr. Lee, to making sure that we're getting the maximum impact in terms of construction and maintenance? And I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I want to compliment the gentleman as well for his fondness for alliteration, plows, sows, and cows. And I want to defend the witness's testimony that I think chairmen are entitled to those considerations. Thank the gentleman for that. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses. You spent a long time here. We appreciate all the work that you've done throughout your careers, the great work you put in here today to prepare and to spend all this time here. I'm in favor of so many of these different things. I'm for Build America bonds. I'm for private activity bonds. I'm for PPPs. I'm for all this stuff. I want to put schools in. I want to put roads. I want to put bridges. I want to put broadband. I'm for all of it. We got to pay for it. That's the whole big question. So I'm going to be asking you about how to pay for it. But first, I have to address something to my good friend, Mr. Brady. He talked about the older. He talked about the places with the infrastructure and the low ratings and the high local taxes. Well, we're older places. New York is a place that's been around for a long time with a lot of infrastructure for a long time. We have a lot of iconic infrastructure. You know the Brooklyn Bridge was built in 1888. The New York City subway system was built from 1904 to 1908. The Triborough Bridge, you know, the great Moses, the power broker, all those projects he built, 1930s and 1940s. The Triborough Bridge, the Whitestone Bridge, the Holland Tunnel, 1927, the Lincoln Tunnel, 1934. So we are the biggest net donor of money to the federal government because we've got all this infrastructure, and we've had this economic engine here for a long time, and we subsidize the federal government more than any other state in the United States of America. That's where the money for this country comes from, or from places like New York. Now, Texas is also a donor to the federal government, not as big as New York State is, but they're growing all the time. And when we're getting money to fix our old roads and our old bridges and our old schools and our old this and our old sewers and our old water pipes, you're building new roads and new bridges and new sewers. And you're going to end up with the same problems we have 20 or 30 years from now. You're starting to see the traffic problems take place in Texas because you don't have the mass transit that we have. Someone talked before, we're not going to need mass transit when you have automated cars. But you can have all the automated vehicles you want. You've got 9 million people living in a small area of the 5 boroughs of New York City. You're going to need mass transit to continue to be the economic engine of the United States of America. So I want to make sure that we do include schools here. Schools are very important. I have a school in my district. It was built in the 1960s. They just had to close the school down because there were some problems with mercury vapors that they found, probably from something in the ground from when they first constructed it 60 years ago. There's problems with schools all over America that I think we have to include here. So the big thing that I want to talk about or ask you questions of, and I have 2.5 minutes. I have half my time left. I'm sorry for speaking for so long. How many of you support an increase of the gas tax? Please raise your hand. Mr. Lee, do you support an increase in the gas tax? Dr. Fischer, do you support an increase in the gas tax? Ms. Cantor? I don't know how to, we're debating your name. Scaccetti, not, yeah, Chetty, that's what I said, Chetty. Jimmy, I was right. Chetty. Mr. Gribben, you're in favor of increasing the gas tax? So everybody thinks we should increase the gas tax. From all your different backgrounds, your different experience, everybody says we should increase the gas tax. And we'll look at things like vehicle miles traveled and other things like that, but we've got to just increase the gas tax. I mean, people don't want to say it. Maybe I'll get criticized for taxing Tom Swazi wants to increase the gas tax. You have to increase the gas tax in order to do this infrastructure. That's the bottom line to pay for all this stuff. So I think there's a big opportunity if we can get Democrats and Republicans to recognize this reality that we need this money. We all agree it's great for America, it's great for jobs, it's great for the economy, it's great for people's quality of life. But I think we also have to have an opportunity when we give out this money, when this money is handed out to the different states and localities and different contractors are hired, we have to make sure that they are training their workers, that they have apprenticeship programs, that they're hiring veterans, that they're training people for the next generation of work, that they're doing green projects. And I'm working with some not-for-profits now. You've heard of LEED certified buildings? You know, it's a great idea that was done over the past 20 years, you know, platinum LEED certified, gold LEED certified because they did something environmentally sound. Well, I think that we should have some certification by a not-for-profit that says this contractor is training employees and has apprenticeship programs. This contractor is building it so it's sustainable for the long term on an environmental basis. This contractor is doing the right thing to make sure we hire veterans that need to be hired in the United States of America. Would you support something like that, Mr. Lee?
Anything we can do to strengthen the workforce that contribute to transportation.
Dr. Fischer, do you think that's a good idea? Ms. Cantor? Scaccetti? Gribben?
I didn't follow all of what you said, I'm sorry. but I agree with Mr. Lee that workforce needs to be a key component to any improvement in infrastructure.
The basic idea is like we have LEED certified buildings. You get certain grants, you're awarded contracts based upon being LEED certified, you're platinum certified, you're gold certified. We should have a rating system for contractors and for projects that if they are going to provide a certain number of jobs for people, if they are going to be environmentally sustainable over a long period of time, if they're going to be accomplishing missions such as hiring veterans, they should have a point scale that makes them more attractive than some other project that doesn't do those things.
That would be federally run?
No, they would be run by the local governments. It would be not-for-profit that would do the certification. Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much.
With that, let me recognize Mr. Gomez to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I come from California, and I was in the California legislature when we passed our infrastructure package. I was actually the co-chair of the conference committee when we were looking at it. And I had the privilege of actually voting for that package 2 days after my primary and about a month before my special election to Congress. So guess what issue was used against me during that election? But didn't work, still won by a very large margin. What I want to try to encourage my colleagues here is not to just look at it from their particular state, right? We're all proud of our states, and everybody tries to make the argument of why one state deserves more versus another. But it's hard to compare. You know, California, you know, we are a $3 trillion economy in GDP, right? Texas is 1.8 trillion. We have 40 million people. Texas has approximately 29 million people. 1 million of those are our residents that just moved into the state. So California represents the largest #1 and #2 ports in the country, Los Angeles, San Pedro, as well as the Port of Long Beach. So if we can justify why we need certain things for our particular state, but that's not going to help us tackle this hard issue. In the end, you're right, it's going to take a hard decision. It's going to take a hard vote to vote for what's necessary. People are going to try to get out of voting for any kind of increases in taxes, the federal gas tax, anything. But in the end, once you do the math, this is what I love talking to transportation individuals, the math just doesn't add up unless you raise revenue. And that's what we discovered. I would sit there with my Republican colleagues with an Excel spreadsheet thinking, okay, if we increased it by this much, or we shifted money from over here, or we tried all sorts of things. And in the end, the only thing that came out is that we needed to increase revenue. Electric cars, gas tax, all sorts of things. And I also look around and find that all these gas taxes all of a sudden were not raised for 25 years. Something happened in the early 90s that stopped people from increasing the federal gas tax last time in 1993. California was the same way. Go across the country. We all kind of know that there was some kind of revolution that went on during that period of time that spooked everybody. But we got to get beyond that. So I just want to encourage all my colleagues to think that we have to look at this as a national interest, as Mr. Lee said. Ms. Cantor, I want to have a few questions. Can opportunity zones work with the new market tax credit?
On the same project? Is that your question?
Yes.
On the same project. Theoretically, it may be possible. We don't see economically how it really works. You would have to have a profit-motivated investor on the opportunity zone side, and you would have to have a CDE that was willing to invest in a project that typically doesn't provide, that would provide a profit, otherwise you wouldn't have the opportunity zone investor. So the two concepts don't really go together, simply because a new markets project is going to have a financing gap. There's not going to be an economic return to any equity investor in the project, whereas an opportunity zone investor, they need an economic project. They're making a profitable investment and getting their incentive in the form of a yield enhancement on their investment.
Okay.
So the two, they really don't overlap,
Okay.
in my opinion.
That was one of the questions we wanted to hear from. Mr. Lee, I also hear a lot about all the private capital waiting on the sidelines to invest in America's infrastructure. What has to happen to attract more private capital into infrastructure?
There has to be an increase in the supply of projects that can provide the adequate rate of return for both debt service and private equity contributions. And as I had mentioned before, if you don't have the project-based revenue stream in most publicly valuable transportation assets don't have that, it's not going to be a good match to draw private capital.
Is this the solution to our federal transportation funding problems by itself?
There are instances, especially for larger and more complicated projects, that P3s can be well suited for to transfer or optimize risk sharing. It can work in certain instances, but for the vast majority of projects, we need real revenues and real funding.
Thank you so much. I'm out of time, but thank you for your wisdom on this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and especially thank you to our witnesses. I know you've put in a long day here going through this on an issue that's very important that we need to put some work into. Recently we've seen a lot of historic growth in our nation's economy, and due to the successful deals like the USMCA and some lower taxes that all American families now enjoy. We know that infrastructure is a key factor to keep this success moving forward, to help our economy, help our national security, help our quality of life. And for that reason, I'm really glad we're here today to talk about how do we make some smart investments to rebuild our country and to support future economic growth. 64 years ago, President Dwight Eisenhower, who was a proud Kansan, I might add, led the country in building our massive highway system. And, today millions of Americans from all walks of life, all industries, continue to benefit from that leadership on this issue. And now we've got to get to work on what do we do for the next generation of Americans. And as our infrastructure needs have changed with a growing economy, we need to do more to cut government red tape and streamline the processes to build new infrastructure at a faster and more cost-effective rate, just the way the economy and the world's moving at a faster rate now. We know economic development's built around the infrastructure and how it's tied directly. And a perfect example is one of these important projects in my district. It's the North Junction in Wichita, Kansas, where two interstates, I-135 and I-235, and two state highways, K-254 and K-96, all meet. Currently, there's 96,000 vehicles, including 9,400 trucks that use the North Junction every day. And by 2050, the Kansas Department of Transportation estimates that number will be over 160,000 vehicles per day. Obviously, it's a major corridor for individuals to use, but as well as transportation and shipping and logistics issues that are so important to our parts of the country. Concept for this project was started in 2015, and construction just started, and we're looking at a 2 to 3 year, 4 year project to get that process done. It's important to help make sure that our economy for our country, and I'm sure there's lots of projects around the rest of the country and other districts as well. In Wichita, our status as a producer of lots of goods, particularly the air capital of the world, makes this North Junction important for our community and for growth in our state. And we need to find ways to make these type of projects completed in a cost-effective manner. So as we look for new solutions, it's important that we remember that traditional sources of infrastructure funding, like the gas tax, are really user fees, meaning that the money collected by the gas tax and set aside for the Highway Trust Fund should be used as intended for improving the roads and bridges, particularly because we've seen so much of it that's fallen in disrepair. We know that necessarily that revenue is not enough. And because the Highway Trust Fund's not been collecting enough gas tax to offset the spending, the difference has been made up through congressional appropriations. And we're facing that situation again. So we've got to change our way of thinking and our methods for funding, and instead of big stimulus packages and new taxes on hardworking Americans, I think there's more we can do to cut red tape, cut regulations, develop new technologies, and encourage private investment in these investments in infrastructure. I do have a question talking about the Highway Trust Fund, and Mr. Gribben, 20% of the Highway Trust Fund numbers or dollars are currently being siphoned off for other projects. Do you think that we should be using that money for the highways, and can you talk a little bit about some of those other projects that the money gets used for?
Sure. I mean, one of the challenges of the Highway Trust Fund is that it was created to build the interstate, and then once the interstate was completed, we Congress and federal government just kept collecting those revenues. So what's happened over the course of time is that those revenues have been used, obviously, for purposes other than just building the interstate. So it includes mass transit, it includes a whole wide variety of things. I think what probably would make the most sense is to return discretion back to states that are sending the funds in and give them even more flexibility in terms of how they should spend those funds. If you lock them just into highways, that community or that state may not need highways at that point in time. They may need something else. And so part of what the administration's plan in 2018 that was introduced was significantly more latitude on the part of states and communities to spend federal funds where their community or their state needed those funds the most.
Yep. Thank you. And I'm out of time. I could talk a lot about more issues with this something that we politically desire, both Republicans and Democrats. But thank you for being here today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I appreciate the gentleman's reference to Dwight Eisenhower and the leadership that he exhibited as it related to the Federal Highway Fund. But he also had two great allies from Texas, the Majority Leader, Lyndon Johnson, and the Speaker, Sam Rayburn. And on Public Works, that's the way it used to function. I hope that we can return to that some measure. Mr. Horsford and then Mr. Smith. Mr. Horsford.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member for holding this important hearing to discuss about what are available funding and financing options to address our nation's crumbling infrastructure, to address both the climate change crisis as well as our future infrastructure needs. What's interesting is today in my home state of Nevada, my governor and local elected officials are actually dedicating a new electric vehicle corridor throughout our state. Unfortunately, I'm here debating what we need to do to invest in that electric vehicle corridor. And in my state, Nevada, since 2010, we've grown 300,000 residents over that time, making us the sixth fastest growing state in the country. So as Nevada grows, our need to expand our transportation and infrastructure needs also grows. But according to a recent report by the Education and Labor Departments, there are currently 68% more projected job openings in infrastructure over the next few years than there are people with the skills to fill these jobs. The report shows that our infrastructure workforce will have a deficit of 4.6 million workers by 2022 if we do not act to train new workers. I believe that we must identify funding and financing options that we have at the federal level as well as public and private partnerships, including with labor. It's partly what we did when I was Majority Leader in the Nevada State Senate, when we created an infrastructure bank that also had a workforce component. So, Mr. Lee, what are your thoughts on a national infrastructure bank? Do we need one? If so, why or why not?
As was mentioned earlier, I think we have a very robust lending program, subsidized lending program in the form of TIFIA credit program. We also have the private activity bonds dedicated for highway infrastructure as well as a number of other tools that had been mentioned. I believe that we do not, in the transportation sector specifically, need more of the financing tools in the form of, say, something like a national infrastructure bank because we already have very attractive financing tools. It goes again back to the shortfall of the real funding based on revenue solutions that are direly in need.
So more resources within the tools we have.
More funding resources based on user fees and taxes.
Additionally, local governments and states issue bonds in order to finance their infrastructure projects efficiently. The state of Nevada enacted a plan to use municipal bonding to help fund capital-intensive projects such as highways and schools throughout our cities and counties. Dr. Fischer, has the reduction in corporate tax rates from 35% to 21% as a result of the 2017 tax law lowered the demand for municipal bonds?
The demand for municipal bonds is robust, but the buyers have shifted slightly as a result of it. So some corporations, corporate entities, P&C insurers, et cetera, a few banks have marginally shifted their portfolios to taxable bonds rather than tax exempts, but the increments have been relatively small. The market continues to clear at very attractive levels.
Well, I believe Build America bonds should be a financing source given their proven track record as an efficient way to subsidize state and local projects, and I hope it's part of what we consider. Another part of my district is in the rural part, and in 2015, the only rural hospital in Tonopah, Nevada, closed, leaving residents with no hospital for 100 miles. Residents are not able to treat their medical conditions, and I believe this is another example of the crisis of our infrastructure not being adequately funded. In addition, our rural counties also suffer from inadequate broadband access. In fact, 60% of rural Nevadans are without access to sufficient telecommunications, which impacts K-12, healthcare, as well as economics. And out of the 17 school districts in my state, all require modernization of educational facilities to prepare students for jobs of the future. So, Ms. Scaccetti, can you explain what impacts this potential funding source of public-private partnerships can have on how quickly we can address our infrastructure needs?
I think as was said earlier, the public-private partnerships have a very specific application in addressing our infrastructure needs. But unless that public-private partnership is tied to a project that has a dedicated revenue stream, such as your earlier colleague talked about the I-4 interstate public-private partnership, it is difficult for a publicly funded DOT to engage in that P3, because then we take the payment back to the private partner out of what is state funds for important state-funded projects that would not necessarily be attractive to a private entity.
Thank you. I know I'm over time. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves, get to work, work with my colleagues on the other side. Let's get this done.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for being here and for sharing your thoughts. And there's no question that we clearly have infrastructure problems. Back home in my congressional district in southeast Missouri, broadband's a huge infrastructure issue. There's counties in my congressional district where we don't even have 911 call service. And so I hear some of my colleagues talking about being stuck in traffic. And I'm thinking, we're stuck in using 911 to save someone's life when they have a heart attack. Rural areas truly have an infrastructure problem. And that's why a lot of times the people I represent feel like they're left behind, because they are. One thing that we all agree is we need to do something about it. Where we haven't agreed yet is how do we fund this? And it's going to have to be a multi-pronged approach. There's no question about it. But I want to give two ideas of how I think that can help. They're not the answers, but they're two ideas that this committee's spoken and talked about. One, and that is one that I've raised several times, and that's eliminating the electric vehicle tax credit. That will save, by experts, $20 billion. Think about that. $20 billion. Right now, the federal government subsidize luxury electric vehicles. That would be $20 billion. Give me the $20 billion to make sure we have 911 service for the people in Shannon County, Missouri. I'll take that. But instead, more than 50% of this electric tax credit goes to constituents in California, New York, with average incomes over $85,000 a year. I represent a congressional district where the median household income for a family of four is $40,000. $40,000. Eliminate the electric vehicle tax credit. So stop subsidizing wealthy people to purchase electric cars. And think about this. Electric cars do not pay a dime to the Highway Trust Fund because they don't have to buy gas. Think about how to make them also pay for the roads. And that would be more than $20 billion. There's 1 million electric vehicles on the road that aren't paying a dime, not a cent, into the Highway Trust Fund. Let's fix that. That's something Congress can fix. Instead of trying to expand it, which there's proposals in this committee to expand that, to continue to subsidize wealthy people to have luxurious cars. And we can't even fund our highways and our infrastructure. Another one I want to point out is what the president's been doing in trying to streamline the NEPA process. That's great. You know, the gentleman from Nevada, something that I was reminded is whenever I visited Hoover Dam a few years ago. And Hoover Dam, it took 5 years to build. In the 30s, 5 years. And when I stood there, the tour guide was like, see that bridge over there? It took a couple decades to build it. A couple decades to build a bridge that started in the 80s. But Hoover Dam, which started in 1931, took 5 years. The largest dam in the world at that time. But it's because of these environmental projects has taken so long. The president has done an executive order to help streamline the process, to eliminate paperwork. Think about this. If you look at the environmental impact on federal highways, experts say that 60% of all the federal highway projects, 60%, took more than 6 years through the environmental impact statement process through NEPA. Think of how costly that is. Those are two things that I think that we could look at that could help streamline at least some efficiencies. The president has started on one, and that's reforms of unnecessary inefficiencies where multiple agencies in government would be looking at things. Let's make it one. But let's eliminate that electric vehicle tax credit and having where people's not subsidizing the wealthy and purchasing electric cars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me thank our witnesses. This was very helpful. I want to say a special word of thanks because I do think this is an initiative that can get some traction here, get underway. And please be advised that members will have 2 weeks to submit written questions that will be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record. And with that, the Ways and Means Committee stands adjourned. Thanks, Kevin.